We're going to get started here in a minute, just so everybody knows that we're live as well. Good morning and welcome to Budget Deliberations for 2023. I appreciate all the time and energy that staff went through in putting the budget together, also organizing and coordinating the public budget open houses, and thanks to the members of council that were able to attend that as well. And I think we had 11 or 12 on the first night from the public and 10 or 11 on the second night, so it was nice to have those conversations as well. So thanks to those who took part in that as well. We only have one new member of council that hasn't been through the budget process. You've been through, oh no, you went through 2022. So only me that hasn't been through the budget process. I appreciate that. Reminder that we will be taking straw polls as we go through to make these decisions, whether they're included in the budget or not, and we can add things to the parking lot so that we can talk about them further once we're done the rest of budget and have an understanding of what we're looking at for either an increase or a decrease. Any questions before we get started? Perfect. I'll turn it over to Sue and we will get going.
Thank you, everyone. Barb is actually going to lead the budget discussion this morning, and then each department will weigh in their different areas. So I will turn it over to Barb.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Budget 2023. We're looking forward to all of us working together to come to a wonderful budget for the City of Wetaskiwin. Today, we'll be primarily focusing on the operating budget for the city. reviewing this morning some of the components for non-functional council, city manager, and later on finance, and then go into each of the other divisions of corporate services, municipal services, community and protective services. Tomorrow, we'll start looking at some of the business cases for the operating and capital charters, and then the next day look to outside agencies and continue on with any parking lot items that we have, and if necessary, continue on until the 10th. So for today, as a basic overview for the budget, we just want to remind everyone that we have linked it based on our priority-based budgeting program to have a direct tie to Council's strategic goals for our community. Several factors that influence the annual budget are the inflation rate for 2023, and it's based on the city policy. We've utilized 7.4%, which is what was calculated at the beginning of August. Growth is estimated at 0.25% for 2023, and the original projection that we had advised of 9.5% budget adjustment was reduced to 8.4% after further review and additional changes to discretionary spending. Utility costs are expected to increase by inflation. The PC's utility admin fee and return on investment helped to reduce tax reliance for a total of over $1.2 million. Again, a major increase was the RCMP contract of about $821,000. There will be additional budget requests equaling 5.1% of a budget increase that we will be looking at and reviewing together. The capital project budget is at about $3.3 million, and looking at that being funded by 100% of grant and reserve funding. We're going to start today with overview of the non-functional budget. I'll go through, and then afterwards we'll ask if you have any questions. And please bear with me while I just grab that.
Is your mic on?
Sorry. Through the chair, can we just have a quick look at page number 1, the operating summary overview? I just got a question there before we go into non-functional. It's just the page that precedes non-functional, Barb.
Yeah, that's okay. Looking at the venture schedule is what you would like to look at first?
I'm looking at budget versus actual operating overview.
Oh,
It's the level
okay.
1, Barb.
Oh, yes.
You're in section 2?
I am.
Okay.
Okay, you'd like to review the summary first, or
No,
could we go?
I just have a question here. When we do intercity transfers, that's money various departments or other various departments, and so money is moved from department to department. So if that is the case, should not your intercity transfer revenues and expenditures be the same? So we're transferring out on the expenditure side 4.6 million and transferring in 4.9 million. So a difference of 303,000.
I'll review that as we go through each of the items, yes.
Okay.
There may be some other transfers included in that, so
So they should balance.
I will review that as we go through, yes.
No, but just mathematically they should balance. So.
Mathematically, yes, but I'll have to determine why they are at a different rate
Okay, thank you.
in the summary. Okay, continuing on, non-functional budget for,
Sorry, through the chair, will we be going back through, because I have a bunch of questions on page 1 as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I would request that maybe if we could go through each of the items so that you have a good understanding what is in each. That is purely the summary of all of the items in total. So if we go through each of the items, and then if you have questions individually, then we can review them in total, okay?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you. So basically, your non-functional budget covers revenues, expenses, and do not directly tie to an individual department's operations. Revenues include the annual tax levy, tax penalties, franchise fees, and interest on investment. For the revenue, there are some increases. The city's going to be experiencing approximately a 0.25% projected growth in assessment, leading to an increase in budgeted tax revenue of $32,900. Franchise fees, which were increased by council from 13.8% to 17%, have a projected overall budget increase of over $248,770. There are some decreases, and those will be on the penalties on taxes. And due to improved tax collections, the projected tax penalty revenue actually will have a decrease of $86,300. Interest on investments is anticipated to be a minimum $30,000 higher, and that's due to an increase in the rates on interest. Administration fees and utility returns on investment are as follows. The library admin fee, $67,500. Peace Hills admin fee and return on investments, $1.2 million, or $1,205,040. Solid waste admin fee and return on investments, $385,400. And the JEDI agreement is an increased revenue of $57,600. Some of the expenses will be increased slightly for the Community Grants and Aid Program, and that's the grant to the Wetaskiwin Museum and business initiatives. I will be having Karen go through those with you shortly. City contributions to programs such as the FCSS matching grant from the provincial grant of $84,300, and the library contributions, and that again will be pending on the final library approval. The admin fee and transfer to operations for library offset of in-kind costs per the agreement for building and admin fees is anticipated to increase over $16,000. Transfers to reserves, from the interest, we will be transferring the $250,000. This is just to accurately record that transfer of the interest so that we're not utilizing it in other places, that we're identifying the revenue appropriately. Rebates and cancellations. Due to the tax incentive bylaw property reaching its third year this year, we can anticipate $6,600 less for next year. That is it for non-functional. Are there any questions?
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Barb. Going forward on the 20, let's go to revenue from own sources of 3.839510. And that number seems to be carrying forward for 24, 25, and 26. Yet some other departments actually have small increases through that, whether it was recreation and I think public works. Why was not non-functional some form going forward, those adjustments being made?
To increase them for future years?
Yes.
We primarily focused on making sure that this year was accurate, and we didn't have those figures for moving forward in other years. We don't know what the projected growth is. We don't know what our revenue from our own sources are at this point unless we change fees and things of that nature.
Okay. Just that some of the departments do have some and some don't.
Correct.
Okay.
Where we were able to anticipate those, we've included them and rolled them forward. Where we were not able to, you will see that we have left them the same for for future years.
And on the expense side, line 521, we have a $8,000 increase, I guess. What is that? From 85 to, yeah, line 21, 521, I'm sorry.
Just a second, I'll look at it for you. In that portion, there are business initiatives of $5,000, a community service grant of $28,600, a grant to the museum of $50,000, and grants and aid to growth services for $10,000. And that includes the $93,600.
So can you, do you have that information of where the $8,000 increase is coming from?
Yeah, I can look up what 2022 was for the actual. Not sure if it's the operator this morning or my computer that's going slow, so bear with me for just a
No worries.
moment. The majority of it is as a result of last year that, based on the budget, on the grant and aid applications, that council didn't approve all of them for $7,880, so that portion has just been left in. So last year, you didn't approve all of them.
So what's in there is the potential of grant and aid, is what that is?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Grant and aid in 576 is a $250,000 increase. Sorry, did I say transfer to reserves, a $250,000 increase on line 576?
Okay.
That was the, in the email this morning, Councillor Billingsley, about the interest that they just spoke about.
So that's the interest differential.
Yeah, so in
Thank you.
previous years, interest was just being eaten up by the general revenues, and this year they made sure to put it in as a transfer.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Barb. Barb, when we look at conditional grants,
No, sorry.
we've gone from 88,000 to a projected 146, 66% increase. What are we talking about when we're talking about conditional grants coming into non-functional?
One moment, I'm just looking them up so that I can give you the detail on it, okay?
I beg your pardon?
I'm just going to be looking it up so I can give you the detail
Okay,
on it,
thank
just
you.
as we go through it.
We got told, we're going to go through all of these.
6480.
Never, never.
It is definitely the operator this morning, I apologize.
While we're waiting for the information, is there a pile of questions like this that require looking up information?
I don't know.
Were they sent in to administration prior to? So we're going to spend budget deliberations having staff look up information. Okay, super. This is why.
Okay, so the MSI operating, 88,800, and the JEDI is 57,600. So that makes your difference.
Well, those are the two add-ons.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Or do you want to do council next, or do you want me to? Council? Is my mic working? Do you want to do council, or do you want me to?
Oh, sorry, do you want me to go ahead? I wasn't sure if there was any other questions. I can do council. Okay, so for city council, corporate training, memberships, public relations remain constant for 2023. The insurance allocation for council has increased slightly to $1,550. As we go through the budget process, you will see that the insurance costs as well as transfer to operations for building allocations have been allocated between the departments more equitably. So you will notice that some of those, although in other areas may be going down, they will be costed out appropriately into other cost centers. City Council's cost center is one of those. So along with the insurance, you'll see a transfer to operations for City Hall building allocation, resulting in the cost center increasing by $66,700. That's to account for things like the council chambers, committee rooms, and things of that nature. The wages and benefits include a 4% CPI adjustment amount, and that's the amount that we just based because that's what we've recommended in other areas. And so that will be for council to consider, and that we put in automatically each year for council. The council board per diem rates remain the same, but could be reviewed by council at this time as well. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Barb, through the chair, general services for 63,450, what is that?
I'll grab that for you too, because there is some detail on it.
Just generally, like, is it, I'm trying to figure out where that expense,
Just a second. It's easier if I give you the detail.
Mr. Mayor, while she's looking that up, could I just ask the city manager a question? Sue, just to clarify, the increase of $17,000 approximately to salary, wages, and benefits is the 4% CPI.
Correct.
So if we didn't take that, maybe the cost of benefits might go up a little bit? But if we didn't take the 4%, we would be saving about $17,000, $15,000?
I'm not sure on the exact number, but yes, it would
Somewhere in that-
decrease. WCB was recalculated this year across the board, so it did go up in almost every cost center. And so, yes, salaries or benefits and other things would remain, but then the 4% to the actual salaries could be removed upon council direction.
Thank you very much.
Could I, oh, sorry.
I have that answer for you. It's basically for memberships of over 27,000, some public relations of just 12,000, and of course your insurance portion.
thank you.
This is easier for me.
Through the chair to Sue or Barb, then in terms of CPI on council's remuneration, Was the 4% added to every employee group or just to council?
To council.
Yeah, the policy states that council will get it automatically, and then there's an operating business case for staff.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm good.
Yeah, I would agree to that, because, and if they did any duties, I would assume that it would be redeemable. Right, so, I'd be okay with that, personally.
Mr. Mayor, I would concur with that. I think that that's inherent in the duties as a member of council. We show up at open houses and grand openings and things anyway, regardless of, and that's not for per diems, that's to represent council and show support. So I'm okay with getting rid of that.
Yeah, so my proposal is to remove the deputy mayor additional pay for council. We had talked about just the additional duties that are required on behalf of being the deputy mayor, and whether or not council felt that was something that required additional pay. So I will be taking the straw poll now to have that removed. So those in favor? Sorry, we'll use green and red, and then it's easier for the camera to, that wasn't for you to hit, Dean. Thank you. Anything further, Barb, for council?
No, I'm just going to turn it over to Karen so she could go through the grant and aid with you, please.
Okay, so at the October 24th regular council meeting, we heard from our community groups who are requesting funding. This is our suggestions. So there's a total of $43,600 available to grant for 2023. The total requests under 500 came to 2,205, and later on the next slide I'll show you our recommendation is to fund 1,705 of that. The total requests of over 500 came to a total of 82,955. We are recommending to fund 41,750. This leaves $145 in the 2023 budget, and there is a remaining 9,620 in the 2022 budget. And this criteria is based off of our policy, our grant and aid policy, which is CO-019. So administration went through. These were our requests. I would like to point out the Wetaskiwin Family Medical Practice. That one would be an in-kind cost as per their request. And then the Wetaskiwin Theatre Society is for an event that's happening in 2022. So it's if council does decide, they could fund it from the 2022 grant and aid.
Sorry, there was 9,000 over from 2022?
Yes, there is
9,620.
9,000, yeah, 9,620. Okay, and then moving on to the over 500s. So very similar to before from what you can see on the screen. And then continued on because we, and then similar for the Wetaskiwin Senior Citizen Society, their events were for 2022 and could be funded from the 2022 surplus.
From the Theater Society, did they meet the policy other than not having the application in on time?
No, theirs was a non-eligible cost.
Okay. And then the Senior Citizen Society Center, did that meet?
It did meet
policy?
the criteria.
Just not?
Yes, just not for 2023.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Blatz.
Just a quick question on the under 500. For the Wetaskiwin Theatre Society, did they receive a grant for under 500 in 2022?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so then as per policy, then it says that there can only be one project per calendar year. So if we decide to fund it from 2022, that it would still be ineligible.
That is a great catch. Thank you for that, Councillor Blatz.
Thank you.
Are we going to go through each and do a straw poll on
Yeah.
them? Yeah, okay.
I'm just going to add a extra column real quick here. It's not letting me do that, but that's okay. I will just make some really good notes.
Okay, so we'll start with the 500. We'll do a straw poll for each. If you have any questions of administration, just let that be known. Royal Canadian Legion Branch 86.
Sorry, just so I can catch. the
Oh, yeah.
votes.
Carried unanimously.
Wetaskiwin Family Medical Practice,
And that was the
the in-kind for 205.
Yeah. Also carried,
Wetaskiwin Music Festival,
and that had met the policy. Okay. Uh, 5 out of 6,
Wetaskiwin Olympians Swim Club,
also met. Okay. Unanimous
and then Wetaskiwin Theatre Society
from 2022.
would be
5 out of 6, no.
and then the community funding requests, over 500, Connect Wetaskiwin.
Just, Mr.
Yep.
Mayor, is it, you can't do both, Karen?
I can try, yes.
Okay,
We'll
well,
slow it down.
those happen to be in a previous agenda, so
Yeah.
it's a challenge from,
Yeah, no, we'll just slow it down a little bit.
and if I just may, prior to voting on this, we have a couple of organizations that are just beginning and really haven't proven that they haven't been in existence very long. And so some of them are asking for quite a bit of money for an organization that really hasn't shown what they can do. So I am going to be voting accordingly.
You can also suggest another amount as well. It doesn't have to be a yes or no, it can be a different amount if that's,
Yes.
if that's what you're comfortable with.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see here. We'll just do this, and we'll bounce back and forth.
So we had Connect Wetaskiwin, they came and presented to us as well. I had similar feelings as Councillor Elliott, and I was going to propose 2,500 for them to get them started.
I would support that.
We're okay with 2,500, okay? And that was also unanimous. Edmonton International Raceway, same thing, they had presented to us as well. The amount of people that come to the community to attend the event, I've supported that and will continue to support that, so I'm okay at 5,000. Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. The notes on here, it says future consideration to be in the advertising budget. I suggested that last year that it be moved into the marketing. To me, this is marketing as well as the RAM, and I don't understand why we look at this as a grant when it's marketing. And to me, that should be coming out of the marketing budget, out of economic development / tourism budget, and not out of this. So I will not be supporting either one of those two.
Go ahead.
Thank you. If I can speak to that, as far as our financial reporting, we do have to report to the province on grants that we're giving to organizations. So if it's a flat-out grant, it needs to be recorded as a grant to an organization, where if you're buying advertising or something of that nature, then yes, it should be under public relations promotion. So one of the things that we did in 2021 is anything that was definitely a grant in aid, we moved to a different GL account, general ledger account, to clearly indicate that it's a grant, and so that our reporting is more accurate.
But both of these present, when they came to present, it was more of a marketing opportunity to us. It was advertising. It was, our community, yes, and was not as a sponsorship as per se. I mean, they sold it as being marketing partners.
I think the explanation is simply how we record it on our end, and advertising and promotion doesn't actually meet the policy either, which is why we, consider that it should be moved. But it did come in through this process, so we're presenting it through this process this year.
Thank you.
And I think we would be looking for direction from council to say, yes, please move these under so that they become a permanent part of our budget, if that's what council desires.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to council, I have a concern when we're looking at these line items in maybe not a reliance, but I see in some ways that there was a reliance based on approvals in the past. And so I agree that the grant and aid process needs to be relooked at, and we have talked about that, but I hesitate a flat out no if it's been approved in the past. So that's where I'm sitting, where I'm having some issues with exactly how I vote in these things if we haven't been doing it in the past, and if they are relying on money they've gotten in the past and haven't been told before that they're not eligible, is that fully on them? So it's more just a comment than a complete change.
Councilor Niels.
Through the chair to Sue, I think. So when people make applications, do they have to give us financial statements in terms of what they are currently sitting with in their respective bank accounts? So for example, if an organization is sitting on $20,000 and they're asking for $500 for the 15th time in a row, should that play into our discussion at all?
Through the chair to Councilor Nielsen, I don't believe we ask for their bank account information, but one of the things we did do this year, which is why you see this table, is start to vet it for you to compare it to policy. And a lot of these will not qualify next year because there's only so many years you can apply in a row, right? So if they're looking at permanent grant funding to support themselves, this policy isn't where they would apply through. So we're going to put, like next year, a lot of these you won't see. We'll be telling them they don't qualify before they even submit.
But as long as I've been here, I've seen some of these agencies asking for the same amount for the last 8 years, and all been granted.
Yeah, absolutely. So this goes, I think, similar to what Councillor Aberley was talking about with, they've always been allowed to do this, and so this year, we're starting to ease everyone in. So all the non-eligible costs were identified, and then we've identified the two that we think should move to advertising if you plan to do it permanently, and then all of them will be notified in their letters this year if they won't qualify for next year and not to bother applying. We didn't think it was fair to spring it on them.
And sorry, just to add on to what Sue was saying, there is, in the policy, there's a 3-year rule, and there was a gap for multiple of them in 2020 and 2021. So So there might not necessarily have been 8 in a row. If there's gaps in between there, they might have received a total in the last 10 years, but not consecutively for some. Does that make sense?
But the policy doesn't speak to consecutively, does it?
It does for
Okay.
3, yeah.
Councillor Elliott?
Just to clarify, through to Sue, don't they have to provide us with financial statements to show us how they spent their grant dollars?
Yeah, so if they did get a grant, they have to show council how it was spent, but they don't have to show us what they have in their bank account.
Okay, thank you.
Edmonton any further discussion? Edmonton International Raceway. 4 out of 6 in favor. Are you changing your mind?
No, I never raised the green. I was deliberating. I'm in the red.
Okay, that's defeated then. Prism. Any discussion?
I would suggest $1,000, Mr. Mayor. This is one of the groups that I was talking about that I'm not sure that they've been established permanently in our community.
Okay, we have $1,000 proposed by Councillor Elliott. Any further discussion? Councillor Blatz?
Can I counter your offer? Can I do 3,000? And the reason why I say that is because they already have events that they have in mind that cost definitely more than $1,000. And they were successful in the past with those events too.
You're okay with 3,000? Okay, Councillor Aberley?
I was going to counter with the same amount, so thank you, Councillor Blatz.
Anything further on 3,000? Carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I have a conflict with the next one, so
Okay.
I won't be voting.
And Mr. Mayor, I have a conflict with this one, so I won't be voting.
Okay. Quilting Divas, go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. When they gave their presentation a couple weeks ago, I really had an issue with, we gave them money and then they gave money to another charity or a group. And I'm just wondering, why don't we just give that money to that second group if that's the case? In other words, the whole idea of this was to get them going, and if they actually seem to have some excess funds, then they give it away. Well, then they really don't need our funds unless we were looking to fund that second group. So for that reason, I am not looking to.
Okay, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, one of the things I love about this is the opportunity for one group to support another, and it does fit fully within the policy of this is a startup, you know, the 3 years, the idea to start up that it wouldn't be going forward. And so we could give $1,700, I think that was the number, directly to the organization in which it would profit, but they make, really that organization ends up getting more than that amount. And we like to encourage our community coming together, doing things, having events, and so I think it supports all of those things and then a benefit afterwards, which is why I will support it, because I think it fits really well into stuff we're asking of the community.
Anything further? Proposed is $1,730. Favor? Carried 3 out of 4.
Mr. Mayor, are we going to review International Raceway, or we just decided when we all vote against, that means 0?
You voted against it. If you'd like it in the parking lot, by all means.
Okay, I'd like to put that in the parking lot, please.
Reynolds Alberta Museum. Any discussion? In favor? 2 to 4, so not carried. Go ahead.
Can we also put that one in the parking lot?
Sure.
Okay.
Rock Soup, as requested, 8205. Administration is recommending not. Any discussion? Go ahead.
Can I ask what the 2 criteria were that they didn't meet?
Yep, you betcha. We will go in camera.
Okay.
Looking for a motion to go in camera. Councillor Elliott, those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Like the radio DJ thing, we have a green light and a red light. For me. Okay. We're looking for a motion to come out of camera. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So grant and aid for Rock Soup. Administration's recommendation is not to support. Those in favor or not? Oh, sorry. Would it be administration's recommendation? In favor of administration's recommendation?
Oh, sorry, of zero, thank you.
Administration's, yeah. Administration's recommendation.
Thank you.
That was unanimous. Run the runway. Any discussion? Is that what they had asked for 2022? No. Okay.
What?
Go ahead.
And what was the request last year?
Give me 2 seconds and I can find that out.
If you have it on your calendars out, it's on May the 6th next year.
I better start training. It's very likely what I'll do. He'd offered it to me last year. I didn't take it.
Oh, my apologies, Councillor Billingsley. It was the same amount requested last year.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Those in favor? Carried 4-6.
4-2?
4-2. 4 out of 6. Fractions are hard.
Yeah, I know.
Waterworks Studio. Go ahead. You want it in the parking? Which one? Oh, run the runway? Yep. I was like, we haven't even talked about it yet, and then you want to put it in the parking lot. Okay, Waterworks Studio for 5,000. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to council, I would like to recommend a $3,000, no, $2,500. I know what I'm doing. I
Proposed at
apologize.
2,500? Sure.
Yeah, 2,500.
Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley?
Councillor Eberle, how did you arrive at the 25 versus the 5?
When I was looking at the budget, I did think that there were things that were probably over budgeted. I support the idea of what they are putting forward for trying to create community at Diamond Jubilee Park. I believe that, having worked with Bill in the past, I do believe that he has good equipment to put forward for that, and I'm not 100% sure I'm in favor of covering extras that might be in that grant. But I would like to encourage him to continue to do this. There could be some needing of advertising if he was going to advertise on behalf of groups wanting to have activities in Jubilee Park. Also, the porta potties, I would like to encourage him to continue, and people in general to continue asking startup money for programs to get our community involved.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to council, I guess. I'm not opposed to the recommendation, but when his request came forward, it was for children's programming, it was for porta potties, it was for supporting Jubilee Park activities. In your support of half of that amount, you talked about Diamond Jubilee Park and the marketing and promotion of that. So do we want to be more directive that if we are going to give $2,500, let's identify what it is in this proposal that we're supporting as opposed to
Not supporting.
just the whole shebang and you decide what to do with it. So if, to me, if the issue is supporting activities going on in Diamond Jubilee Park, then the request for the $2,500 we're voting on should focus on that outcome.
I like that, and my brain is working through it, but do we say to any other group what they can or cannot use their money for?
Yes, I think we do. I think when, in actual fact, when someone says, I want X number of dollars to do A, B, and C, and we approve it, we've approved A, B, and C. And if the concern is promoting Diamond Jubilee Park and the grant that we award all goes to children's programming, then we've defeated the very argument that you were trying to support moving forward. I would be in favor of the amended dollar on the condition it is to market and promote and support community activities going on in Diamond Jubilee Park. But if it's just left open-ended, then I won't support the motion.
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the people who receive grants are required to fill in a grant and aid final report, and I have not run into any instances in my time here when I receive a final report that they've deviated from what they've presented.
And I understand that.
Okay.
All I'm saying is that the argument being presented by Councillor Aberley was in support of $2,500 when asked by Councillor Billingsley, well, how did she arrive at the number? She spoke to the support and marketing and advertising of events in Diamond Jubilee Park. None of the other elements in the proposal were advanced by Councillor Aberley on this one.
I got Councillor Elliott and then Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to council, there were a couple of others before this that we cut back and we didn't designate to them what they had to spend it on. And I think if we have a budget, if I have an organization and I'm planning on spending this much money and all of a sudden I only have half, I guess I have to decide how I'm going to spend it. But for us to stipulate, this is a grant. This is dollars for you to work with over the next year. And for us to say you have to spend it here, I don't think is fair. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. I think really my thoughts were on the same line as Councillor Elliott's. I appreciate and I understand. I'm not sure I'm prepared to tell somebody else exactly how to spend their money.
Councillor Billingsley.
But it's our money.
Make sure your mic's on.
Thank you. But it's our money. We're gifting it to them, or a grant to them. I think that we should have a say how that money is spent.
I would be willing to entertain a better example. Does that make sense?
I would So they've applied for this grant and aid. They told us how they were going to spend it. So Waterworks Studio told us how they were going to spend $5,000. If we weren't prepared to support $5,000 and we wanted to support $2,500, we've still got a community group that's looking to do events within their community. Here's $2,500, please make that happen. I don't know that deciding for them which events they're going to do or not do as a part of a community grant and aid program is something we should be doing. And I can see the argument of, yes, we're giving them this money for this, and this is a reason that I'm supporting the $2,500 and not nothing, because this is what I would like to see. And I think that we're leaving that to the agency or the community group to make that decision on behalf of the community with support from City Council. So while I can appreciate and understand why you want that oversight, I don't think that we should be offering that oversight for a community group that's working on events within the city. So it's proposed at $2,500 for Waterworks Studio. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Blatz.
If, in the event that like the 2,500 doesn't pass, do we go back to the original amount of 5,000, or would it go to zero?
It would go to zero unless another number was proposed or it got put in the parking lot for further discussion.
I'd counteroffer for 5,000.
It's way easier when it's an amendment that you can just vote on and carry on through the original motion.
That's what I mean.
Could we vote on the 2,500 and then once that's,
Yeah,
and then-
propose it at 5,000? Sure, let's do that. Thank you, Councillor Elliott. All those years of deliberating, I'm glad I have your experience. Thank you. Vote is $2,500. Any further discussion? Those in favor? Carried at 2,500. So, Councillor Blatz, you could have, so had this not have passed and you proposed 5,000 and that didn't pass, and they would be getting nothing.
Okay.
So it passed 4 out of 6.
Yeah.
Okay, and now you want to propose $5,000?
Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion on the $5,000? Those in favor? Defeated. So that one was 1 out of 6 in favor. Tasman Ag Society requested $7,620. Administration is recommending $7,620. Any discussion? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Tasman Senior Citizen Society Center. They've requested $3,000, but it's a 2022 project and could be funded from the 2022 surplus. So I think we'll start with that. If it's going to be funded, it should come from 2022. But that didn't meet the policy. Right. Just not for 2023. Okay. So it met the policy. It would be eligible for 2022. It just can't come from the 2023, for it is a project in 2022. Councillor Billingsley.
For clarification, is this their surplus or the city of Wetaskiwin?
Cities. So the city has a surplus from the 2022
Okay.
grant and aid program. I think it was $9,620. Yeah. So the city has that surplus from its grant and aid. This meets the policy for grant and aid in 2022. I would propose that we fund the $3,000 from 2022 and open it up for discussion. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason that I would not agree with this is they were they planned a free breakfast for 200 people, the first 200 people who showed up. And even if it was $8 a person, that's $1,600. So I would be in favor of $1,500, but I really think that providing a free breakfast for only 200 people and then restricting the rest is not fair. So thank you.
I would take that amendment. I could be swayed into that. So 1,500 is the proposal. Any further discussion? Yeah, Councillor Nielsen.
No, that's fine. I'll withdraw any comments I was going to make.
Okay, anything further? For 1,500 coming from the 2022 grant and aid. Those in favor? Carried 4 out of 6. Wetaskiwin Theatre Society for $20,000. It is funding that is not eligible. Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley.
I know that the reason why it's not eligible, I just find it difficult, I guess, that we seem to spend a ton of money in the rec facilities in this community, but the arts really don't. And I think that it is important. So I understand why this doesn't fit, but boy, they are sure a good member of our community and do a lot of wonderful things. I don't know how and if we can help them in some way, but if it's, I'm torn. But if the policy says it doesn't fit, what do you do?
I'm really hoping that we get the chance to review this policy and for things like that in our community to make sure that we have the ability to support those agencies and organizations that are doing wonderful work in our community. I would stress that if we don't stick to the policy, it makes it difficult, and it then becomes precedent setting that why would we even have a policy if we're going to, and it becomes then the potential for it to be a political decision as well too, right? Whether you're in favor or not of something, if they meet or don't meet the policy. Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Karen, they received this amount of money last year, did they not?
Correct.
So why would they assume that it would meet policy this year? And I understand, as Councillor Billingsley does, that I understand why the recommendation is being made by administration. But I have no reason to know why they wouldn't expect that it would be considered this year as opposed to eliminated as a result of us being more stringent on our policies. And I do also agree that we spend an awful lot of money in our community supporting recreational programs, and the arts is an area that is not supported as greatly in the area. And regardless, if this is defeated, I'd ask that it be put on the parking lot.
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, I would also like to note in one of their applications prior, this was a similar ask and council did not approve the salary as per our policy.
But they got it last year?
Not last year, but it was in an application in another year with the same current policy. So last year it was a different ask and their amount was for $15,000.
Okay. I'd still, if it's defeated, I'd still ask that we be in the parking lot.
So through to council, Mr. Mayor, if they had done some creative asking as opposed to asking straight for salary, if they asked for other things in different ways, we might be approving this. Is that correct?
If it met the policy, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I would say that precedent hasn't been set that they didn't meet policy to receive the funding before, because if they've made an ask for something different before that fell within our policy, then it's it's to support it. Or if what they asked for this year was the same as the last time they received funding and we approved it then but didn't approve it now, then it makes it tough to not approve it moving forward. But if they've asked for this before, not received funding for it because it didn't fit within our policy and they're asking for it again, then I wouldn't support that moving forward. So council's recommend, sorry, go ahead.
I would like to put it, I would just like to right now put it in the parking lot, and the reason for that, I will put forward to support the 20,000, but I have not read the grant or the application for a few weeks now, and I would like time over the break to, even if it's over lunch hour, to reread the application, because I'm struggling as well.
It's going in the parking lot regardless, so we'll put it in there then. Okay. That was it. That's it for grant and aid.
Karen, am I next on the slides?
Can you just make sure we know which section and which page you're on, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to be on page 4 of the same section.
Section 2, okay.
So we've presented the budget a little bit different this year, where you can see the link to the priority-based budgeting. And so we've listed each of our programs that we deliver within each division, and then the division is rolled up, the budget is rolled up, but we've got separate slides for the 3 in the city manager's office, which is city manager, legislative services, and economic development. So on page 5 is where our budget details are, and then all of the numbers that are in the slide roll up into that budget, and I do have all of my detailed printouts in case there are questions in any of those areas. So the net budget increase for the CAO's office is $22,990. There were no revenue adjustments in mine specifically, and so the expense adjustments were primarily due to salaries and benefits increase. So in each of the salary lines where merit, if someone's not at the top of their band, merit is included in there. Obviously the WCB changes and any changes in our benefits, they're all included in there. So in CAO's office, that's $8,530. The facility transfer increase was $9,500. Again, that's just proper allocation for each department and how much space they take up in our facilities. And then minor changes throughout, $400 here, that sort of stuff, added up to $4,960. Are there any questions for the CAO budget?
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. To sue through the chair, line 492, transfer from reserves went from $100,000 to $20,000. I guess, and then I'm noticing in 2024 there's zero, but then 2025 has $97,000. So what's the plan? Obviously there's a plan there, or something's there that had a gap of $80,000 less and then $100,000 less, but then bump it back up $100,000.
Right. I wonder if I shouldn't go through my slides first, because the reduction in that area is from ECDEV, and I highlight that on the slide.
Okay.
So I think maybe what I'll do is go through all of the slides first, and then just to point out, as Barb did earlier, I don't believe all of the line items were covered out to 2026. We were really focusing on 2023 this year and making sure that we had that stabilized before we started to project out. There may be future budget items in ECDEV, for instance, that are in 2027, but I would have to or 2026.
So going forward, don't look at 24, 25, and 26. That's incomplete?
Next year we could, but not this year. I think in some areas we were able to project out, but not in all of the areas. And part of that is staffing changes, right? So we've got budgets that were projected out, but maybe they were programs that were a previous person, and the new person came in and was like, no, I don't think we need to do that. We're going to look at something different. So we plan to look at a lot of those over this year. Okay, let me go through the other slides, and then you'll be able to see where some of those other adjustments are. So in legislative services, there was a budget decrease of 24,170, and the decrease, so there was a slight increase in salaries and benefits, and then a decrease in general services. The 21,480, well, 20,000 of it was a transfer to economic development, so there was the swag budget that we have for things that we sell or gifts that we give to delegations and stuff was transferred from ledge services over to ECDev, and then transfer to operations reduction of 6,300. So in the legislative services previous allocation of the facility, there was 2 offices that were allocated, and it's down to 1. So there was a credit to that department. So their overall budget went down 24,000. And then the next one, Karen. So economic development, the net budget increase is 25,070. Of course, 20,000 of that is a transfer. The revenue adjustment of 80,000 was for the, I don't know why it's stuck up, the economic development strategy. So last year, council approved the for this year, council approved the economic development strategy, and we don't need it for 2023, so that revenue was removed. The expense adjustments, again, WCB salary benefits increase of 8,580. General services was 15,000. Increase to materials, goods, and supplies, 4,000. We reduced the contracted services, which is the offset revenue for the ECDev strategy. There was a $10,000 increase to grants to organizations, and a transfer reduction of 12,510 for the space in the facility. Okay, now if you want to, we can go to the questions on page 5, and then I'll be able to answer those.
Could you, Karen, do you mind bringing back that slide of, yep, thank you. May I go ahead? Yep. Thank you. Increase, no, where was it here? Yeah. It says increase of general service of $15,000, but yet in the budget, it's actually down 80? Is that, we went from 290, line 525, right? We went from 293 to 213, but in your statement, it says increase, sorry, contracted services.
That was general services.
Sorry.
Yeah. And because it's the 3 departments rolled up into one, if one decreases, like the ledge clerk decreased, when you roll it up, you're not going to see as much of an increase per page. So we've given you all the details in the 3 departments that roll up into this division.
Okay, so we had talked about that we're trying to pinch every penny and all that kind of good stuff in tough times. Why is there an increase to materials, goods, and supplies? Is that inflation or wanting to do more? Where's that money? What's the rationale behind increasing that by 30%?
Karen, I forgot to print the details. Can you get it out of the presentation mode? My notes are on this. So if you just raise up the notes. Yeah. Okay, so details, so was it the grants, sorry? Now I'm lost. What was the question again? The grants to organizations?
No.
Materials, goods, and supplies. Okay, there's nothing in ECDev on that one. So it's not going to be our supplies are transferred over to the other, here I thought I was so prepared with that. I'm going to have to look at my notes in
Then can I suggest that we review that?
Yep.
Or at this point, put it back down to $12,000 until I'm shown that a justification of a 30% increase is justified?
I can get you the details. I'll take it as a BIR and we'll get it back before the end of the day.
Could that be the swag?
No.
No? Okay.
Okay.
Does that cover you, Councillor Billingsley?
Sure.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. And I think Sue might need the notes, I don't know. The change in the numbers, you had $10,000 increase to grants to organizations. Could we get a little bit of background on that one?
Sure. So that's the Youth Entrepreneurship Training Initiative of $10,000. So we had a general rule throughout the organization if any department increased by more than CPI, they had to put in a business case, and in this case, it didn't. So the increase of that one item, or that one program is, they call it the Yeti. So that was previously communicated to council, and I could pull the details out if you need.
And so the 10,000 was all for the youth and
Yes.
entrepreneurs? Thank you.
Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to Sue, one of the questions that I did send through was I just would like to know how many full-time equivalents are in each of these departments, just so we have an idea of staffing, because when we talk about salaries, wages, and benefits, that kind of relates to how many dollars we will be increasing in that area, if that's not too much of a problem.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, it is, in just that in some areas you're not going to find just, like for instance, there's 2 in ECDEV, but there are other departments that support ECDEV. And so when we allocate salaries out, sometimes it doesn't just include the people that are in that department. We've been working the last couple of years on here's our salary, here's our budget for salaries and benefits, and here's our total complement. And until we get the organization stable where there's no more moving, there will be huge discrepancies within, and then it's going to create a lot more questions. So we've been reporting to council any changes that we make, and then we can share the org chart as those happen. So we do have the FTE count, but to put it into each department until we're done moving around, I think is just going to confuse everybody.
Could I follow up on that? So is the intent then, Sue, that eventually the costs will all be directly within each department, so to speak? Or are you still looking at prorating and breaking it out, that Susie downstairs is 0.25 ACDEV and 0.25 engineering and development, and like, where are we headed here?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we do need to, we thought about this because there are some items that we charge to other governments, and we don't currently, or we were not previously including IT or HR or any of the services that provide support to, let's say, recreation. And so we did feel that we need to go through and actually identify all of those, because when we're charging the other orders of government, we need to make sure that the full costs are accounted for. So we are moving more towards, it's not just 2 people here, there's also support staff.
Thank you.
Carry on? Or does that cover you? Go ahead.
That's it for me.
I just have one. We're transferring from reserves $20,500, and we're expensing out from reserves, or into reserves, for $20,000. Why is it? Could this have just been a budgeted item as opposed to putting money in and taking it right back out again?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, for the $20,500, that was a 3-year commitment from council for the facade improvement program through economic development, and the transfer to reserve is $20,000 per year for election. So money is put aside each year until the election happens.
That makes sense. Thank you.
And you want that 4,000 before we vote, carry this forward?
Yeah, at this point, I see no justification for it, so.
We are going to take a 12-minute break. All right, we are back. In corporate services?
Scary times.
Well, I do have the answer if you want.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Okay, so the increase in materials, sorry, that's not, was that the materials, goods, and supplies? Yes, thank you. The increase, the difference of the $4,000, so in that area, we had a decrease in 2022 for the Taste of Wetaskiwin because it was double accounted for. That decrease did not happen in 2023. And then we also, so that shows as an increase of $8,000 to the budget compared to last year. And then we had a decrease in the ICSC request for the conference of $4,000. So it netted in a $4,000 increase to that line.
In 2022, we had put in Taste of Wetaskiwin twice. That's what you're saying?
Correct. They were in different areas of the budget.
Okay, so,
So there was a reduction of $8,000 in one area, in this area.
okay, so where was that reduction then? Where will that reduction reflect in the 2023 budget?
It won't. We could discuss in camera if council needs more information.
I do want to discuss it, but I don't think we need to go on camera specifically to this one. Can we, next time we go into part, otherwise we'll be running the hallway all afternoon.
Sure.
Okay, now I'm done.
So you're requesting it goes in the parking lot for discussion later on?
In camera.
In camera, thank you. Okay.
Okay, moving along.
It's me again, financial services. So just as an overview of financial services.
Sorry, Barb, where is it in the binder?
Oh,
What
sorry,
page?
you know what, I should have referred to that just because we're
Page
jumping
10.
a little bit ahead. Pages 10 and 11. Page 10 has the overview, continued on to page 11, and page 11 has the actual budget summary.
I'm sure we'll get there.
Okay. You'll note a couple of things in that we are, of course, showing the carryovers in this year's budget, where in the prior year we hadn't. So it's basically budgeted in and out, and those are the financial analysts that was approved in the prior year for $75,000, and it was approved for the 2-year terms, so that is included in this year again, and the training of $16,400, which is also approved, or had been priorly approved. For expenses, there's an overall nominal increase of $7,420. A couple of the reasons is that the assessment cost center now falls within finance. The result of the 2023 annual assessment cost per parcel and software agreement increase of approximately $3,000. The cost of the parcel is budgeted at $18 per property, where last year was at $17.50 per property. Transfers to operations and the equipment pool costs have been reduced by $77,500. And again, this is just as noted previously as the reallocation of those costs to other departments. The utility clerk for the billing and collection is now assigned to the finance as opposed to the utility department, and the resulting wages and benefit allocations are included within the department. Please note this salary is offset by admin costs that are collected by the Peace Hills Utilities in the non-functional component. Does anyone have any questions?
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Barb. So, So is it safe to assume that based on the assessment cost center, falling within finance, you've talked about the cost of the partial budget is $18 per property. So what was the cost per property previously then?
$17.50 per property.
So then through the chair to Sue, some months ago, during Alan's involvement in finance, the whole question with regard to assessment, the question came up regarding the level of service from our assessors, and we were getting a good deal, but we were paying significantly less to the same company that other municipalities were paying. And the explanation was the other municipalities were getting these other services or additional services. And I thought we had made a request, or there was going to be, I guess, a review of the services provided by our assessing company in terms of where we're at, and we're trying to beef up assessment services. And we never, for probably a number of reasons, we never got all that information coming back to us. So is there an intention that we understand what we were getting for services and where we are now, and how that lines up with other community services? Because assessment has been a topic that's been on the books now for a number of years.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the motion that came forward from council to administration was to put in a business case to do our own assessment, and that business case is in this budget. We had made the statement to council that if you want to review any of the other costs, you could, but they would cost money, and there was no motion made toward that. So if council wants us to explore other options, like they gave us a contract, and in each contract the pieces are broken out, we could review what extra services cost, but we were not directed to do that as part of this.
And then I thought that's what would naturally come from the report. So understood. Thank you. I'm good. Oh, no, I do have another question.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Barb, under financial services, we have an internal transfer in of $16,000. Sorry, the difference was from last year to this year. We're transferring in an additional $16,000, but we're transferring out an additional $77,000. So what's happening with those transactions that they're less coming in and more going out?
Thank you. Actually, our transfer to operations and the equipment pool costs have been reduced by $77,500, so it's actually a reduction in the transfer to operations, and the $16,400 was a carryover for prior, so that you'll notice as it was a transfer from reserves that we are now showing it in the 2023 budget, and you'll also see the corresponding increase would be then in the training. So we're just actually documenting it now, as opposed to in prior years they didn't include the carry forward items or the corresponding expense, but we actually are including those.
Okay, and my apologies, because I know that I missed part of your explanation. So we're transferring $77,000 less out?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I missed that. Why is that?
Because a lot of those costs actually got allocated to council for the council chambers and things like that. So the cost of the building that was being done, the majority of the costs were borne in the finance area, but we've reallocated those costs to different departments within the organization.
Thank you.
Councillor Billington.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up with the assessment. We were told that it's $18 per household. Is that what they charge us, is based on the number of houses, or is it a calculation of number of houses and the work that we ask them to do, and then that is just an average? Does that make sense to you? Like, in other words, if we wanted to reassess another 500 homes in the community, if they're only charging us $18 per house, why wouldn't we do it? I guess is where I'm going with this.
Thank you for the question. It is actually per house. So the 5,300 and some properties that we have, it is $18 per that. That's what the contract is.
And so do they, if we requested to reassess homes,
There are, yeah.
because we do reassess a sample of homes every
Yep.
year, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So if we ask for all 3,500 of them to be reassessed, we would be charged no more? Or is it in the contract we're only allowed to, that they would only do so many?
Well, it is based, the fee is based per property, and it's based on a sampling of the organization. I'd have to check what the exact figure is. I don't have the contract right in front of me, but I can confirm that for you.
Okay.
But yes, assumably that if you were requesting detailed assessment revisions on particular homes, then that they may have further inspection costs, but on the majority and the average is the $18.
Okay. TCA, I really struggled to understand the wording of it. Can you give me an example of exactly of what it is? Like I read through it and I kind of have an idea, but because it's spoken to a lot in here, obviously, in different departments. So can you give me a few examples?
Yes, actually, it's based on our amortization. So for example, assets that we would have each year have a depreciated value assigned to them, and the amortization costs are basically an in and an out. So our assets are reduced by that portion. And does that help a little bit? Sorry,
Yeah.
I just saw you nodding.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the things that we had talked about at the beginning of then in theory, they should balance.
Yes.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Barb. Barb, we're on page 11, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and pages 7 through 10, we're going to talk about later? The IT and those kinds of things?
Yep, on the agenda.
No, that's all I need to know.
Okay, yes.
Now, on page 11, we have salaries, wages, and benefits, 510, and it's going up about $97,000. And then I thought if we were hiring staff, then our contracted services would go down. But we're still having contracted services at the same rate. So am I off base here?
No, actually, if I can explain, the contracted services now do include the assessor in there as well. Okay, so the actual contracted services in finance did go down from $312,000 to about $123,000, which is what is our normal regular over the years that you've always included, because there still is some contracted services that are required. And then the portion that is for the assessor is approximately $92,500 that is included in the contracted services.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair, Barb, and you probably mentioned it, and I apologize, the $92,000 was previously sitting where?
Under planning and development.
Thank you. I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
All right, I can start on the Corporate Services Division now. So if you flip to page 6 of the document. So we have a few different sections in here. In your binder in front of you, the first section is the General Corporate Services Office. So that includes the Corporate Services General Manager, Communications Department, Human Resources Department, Health and Safety, and Records Management and FOIP. So that's kind of rolled up into what you see in front of you, but I'll give you some further details on the slides as well. So in the Corporate Services General Manager's office, we did see a slight increase of $13,550. Of that, there was an increase to salaries and benefits of $3,650, and then an additional facilities transfer, which has been spoken about quite often and referred to as the city transfer in your document below of $9,500. It just wasn't previously allocated out to this role. Next slide, please. Under the Communications Department, we did see a net budget decrease in 2023 of $47,790. So we had a slight increase to salaries and benefits of $5,630, and then we had a large decrease of contracted services of $50,300. So we did have increased capacity internally, and then we had some projects that were completed. So we no longer will require those dollars. Next slide, Karen. Under Human Resources, we also had a net budget decrease in 2023 of $17,260. Overall, there was no revenue adjustments, but under the expenses, we did have salaries increases of approximately $3,700. We had a large facility transfers decrease of $18,810. We had a very small increase of software maintenance, which is just worked into our contract, of $1,510, and then a decrease of training and conferences of $3,950. Within this function, we also will be speaking tomorrow to 2 operating business cases. One is cost of living adjustments for all city staff, and the second one is the market salary review. That was supposed to be completed in 2022, and we pushed forward to 2023. And then under health and safety, we also had a net budget decrease in 2023 of $13,520. We did remove a cost recoveries revenue that was not realized in the past few years of $500, so we didn't want to overstate that, so it was removed. And then we had expense adjustments of $14,520 of a decrease. We had some salaries, wages, and benefits decreasing. We reallocated supplies under the inventory controller and facilities worth $13,800, and then there was a facilities transfer allocated to this department, or to this function, of $9,500, which prior to this year was not allocated out. And then the last function that's part of this overall piece is the records management function, and so we had a net increase here of $37,350. A large part of this, the $31,900, is due to the facilities transfers. So that's that intercity transfer again. The records management areas, so where we store records, wasn't previously allocated out to this department, and through our calculation this year, finance did allocate that out. And then we had a slight increase to salaries and benefits as well. And you will note that we will have an operating business case coming to council tomorrow as well for the records management file structure of $15,000. So I will hold there. There was a question that came in prior to, and Sue did her best to answer, but on page 7 under general services, we do see what looks to be a large increase. There really is no large increase. There is no increase at all. What we did was we correctly reallocated things that were being budgeted under contracted services or materials, goods, and supplies, and allocated them to the correct line item. So you'll see the corresponding decreases.
Thank you.
Councillor Mason.
Through the chair, I guess maybe to Sue, or maybe Candace. So the respective, excuse me, respective reports to you from each of those areas, are they identified separately, or are they just all part of a roll-up?
For what you have here, they have rolled up into one.
Is there a chance we could get a breakout?
I believe the breakout was emailed to you prior to. Like the level 3 worth of the budget document?
For each of those departments?
Yes.
Yeah, it was emailed to council last Thursday.
I missed
Not
it.
this one that just
My
passed, but the one
No worries.
before.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Candace, through the chair, again, because it's all rolled up, what revenue comes in for $8,000? FOIC requests?
No, that's the health and safety WCB rebate.
Okay.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to everybody. I would just, because everything is being rolled together and becoming more efficient with each of the line items and things, some of the questions that I asked may seem redundant, but I'm not totally aware of all of the different roll-ups and things. And so when the dollars seem to be big or little, increase, decrease, it's because of the roll-up. And so if the questions are redundant, I'm sorry for that, but I didn't know about all of these different roll-ups and how they took place. I understand we're going to be more efficient financially and have the dollars being charged to the correct center. And so that's an adjustment that I have to make as you are making those changes. So if some of my questions are not what they're supposed to be, just let me know. Thank you.
Do you want me to keep going? All right, so page 8, I will give you a brief overview of archives. So overall, we had a net budget increase in 2023 of $30,860. The increase is largely due to the lease that we signed for archives to remain in the Civic Building after it was sold of $30,000. We did have to allocate out insurance for our tenant insurance for $10,000, and then we had the removal of that facility transfer for the Civic Building of $8,960. So I can take any questions on that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, through to Candace. So Candace, under contracted services, the $40,000?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that's the general services, and that's made up of insurance and the lease.
Cost that much?
The lease and insurance, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if no other questions, I'll move on to page 9, information technology. So the big difference here you will see is that GIS is now part of IT. So in a prior budget cycle, there were some staff moved over to the IT department, but not all were allocated, like the field technician that we do have a grant for. And then all of the software and other expenses were moved over from I believe the planning department, yes. So I will go over high level kind of what we're seeing here. So in information technology, we had an overall budget increase of $295,840. As we get through the presentation, you'll see that they're, for the most part, we're either grant funded, reserve transfers, a reallocation from another department, but there is $30,000 that will be a net increase and an impact to the tax base. So into revenues, we did see a decrease of $41,360. This decrease was a transfer from reserves, and that's just to fund the non-capital equipment, and we just aren't purchasing as much as we have in prior years. And then the increase to grant funding for asset management, that $21,000 is the offsetting grant to the salaries for a field tech to go out and collect all the data that we have on the ground and upload it into our mapping system, which will help us to implement Esri and CityWorks. And then we had expense adjustments of totaling $308,840. So we did have a number of reallocations for staffing. One was for the information services manager, which came from the municipal services function. And then we had the addition of the geomatics field worker, which is grant funded. We had the GIS expenditures reallocated from from engineering or planning and development to IT. This included MuniSite, GeoMedia, and Pictometry. They're all software that GIS uses. We did have an increase for server and storage leases. So how it was planned out was that we were going to be purchasing all IT equipment. But when we look at larger expenditures like the server and the storage, we don't have enough money in this year's budget to purchase those. So we have to lease them. So we've added the leases into the base budget for this because they were removed previously to this year's budget. And then we do see an increase of facility transfers of 35,190, and I believe this is just fully realizing the space that IT is utilizing for their storage room and server rooms as well. And then there is a carry forward in there, so a transfer from reserves, and then the allocating software and implementation, so contracted services as well. Then you'll see in non-capital equipment, we had expenditures decrease 115,000. So bringing in our information services manager, we're doing a full life cycle of what assets we have and how often they need to be replaced. Currently, we look at replacing cell phones every 2 years. We might not need to do that, so we're going to look at pushing that to 3 or 4 years. So we have removed that. If next year there is something that does come up, we will make sure that we bring that forward to council with potentially the recommended funding from that IT reserve. On to the next slide there, Karen.
1 second,
Oh.
Candace, go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
With the amount of IT equipment, I was expecting to see a TCA line budget there.
I will defer to finance for that, as they're the ones that handle TCA for us.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, a lot of our IT equipment, and this is standard in a lot of municipalities, laptops and that have such a short shelf life. A lot of the stuff is not capitalized. So when we're purchasing an individual PC, might be $900 and a laptop might be $1,200. So a lot of that stuff is accrued or entered as an operating expense and not capital. Any items, generally your servers, your printers, those things of a larger nature that exceed the threshold of $5,000, they are capitalized. And we generally run a straight line amortization schedule for those assets.
What does a straight line amortization mean?
So we'll figure out the year. So our policy has different useful life years. So maybe a server is 5 years. So 1/5 of the cost of that server is amortized each year. And so that's where it'll show up as amortization. So let's say we pay $10,000 for a server, $2,000 each year is expensed to our budget until that gets down to 0. And then quite often we're replacing that server. So then again, we'll be purchasing $10,000 under capital and expensing $2,000 per year. And we do offset through an equity adjustment, so we don't fund our amortization. It's a non-cash item. So we generally bring the money in. It's showing as a transfer from reserve, and it offsets the amortization expense.
So in IT, the technology is below the threshold to capitalize it, and in terms of servers and printers, they're above the threshold.
Yes.
So who then does TCA for now? Does IT have a van?
Yes, they do.
So where is that carried forward in terms of a TCA? Is that run out of the equipment pool then?
That's correct. It's out of the equipment pool, and then a portion of the equipment pool costs are allocated to the IT.
And if I may add, just on the larger items that could be capitalized, currently we're leasing those. So servers are being leased and photocopiers are being leased. So you wouldn't see the amortization in IT in regards to those assets.
But as we move more and more to ownership, we would likely see more TCA on the budget line then.
Potentially,
Perhaps.
yeah. So what we have in here is that we will be leasing servers for the next cycle. So that would be 5 years of leases. And during that time, we will have a better understanding of how much money is needed for the next 10 years overall for replacement of all the IT equipment to be purchased rather than leased.
Okay. And then my last question then is in relation to inventory. You're indicating that there's an activity to do complete inventory. We don't have an inventory of our equipment now?
We do have a starting point for an inventory, but there needs to be work on it. So since our new IS manager has started, which was last week, he already has staff out confirming that inventory.
And then through the chair to Sue then, so, or Candace, some years ago, we used to get from the equipment pool an itemized list of each piece of equipment, when it was purchased, how much was used, and amortization and replacement. Is that kind of where we're heading with IT stuff? Or are we just doing an inventory?
So we would head that way, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we would head that way to have that documentation for us. I'm not sure if it would be brought in front of council because it is such minimal dollars when you're talking about a mouse or a keyboard rather than a capital asset like a grader or a truck. But I would defer that piece to Sue.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the equipment pool, I think Candace nailed it. It's exactly, it's massive purchases, so those would go. The asset management that Candace is talking about, we're doing everywhere, so we're identifying all of that stuff to be put into CityWorks, which will then start to help with reserves. We know that we need a facilities reserve, and we might need to increase our IT reserve based on what the future shows. So that's the type of information that we're going to collect at IT that will feed into a bigger asset management plan, but we won't be bringing each piece to council.
No, but it's intended to then provide purchase acquisition planning.
Yes.
Thank you.
So Karen, if we can move to the next slide. This just gives you, oh, yeah. The next one. Yes. Ooh, that's bright. I apologize. So this just gives you a better idea of the tax impact. So when we spoke about the IS manager and the GIS expenditures, those are direct reallocations from other departments. When we speak about the field tech position, that's a grant-funded position. The carry forwards of Esri and CityWorks, those are reserve funded. The servers will have a direct impact of up to $30,000 on the tax base, and $50,000 we had kind of reallocated from that communications decrease, or we're recommending that reallocation from the communications decrease of $50,300. And then the facility transfer is the inner city transfer, so no impact to the tax base. And I will note that we are hoping to have a better, a more exact picture of how much the servers are going to cost before the tax rate bylaw is brought forward to council. So if it will cost less than the projected $80,000, we would bring that forward as part of the adjustment in the spring. Wonderful.
Councillor Nielsen.
Karen, can we go back one slide or two slides now, please? That one right there. This doesn't represent positions, and this just reports expenses and where those expenses are coming from. So the manager position is a position.
Yes.
A field tech position is a position.
Yes.
GIS expenses, is that a position in there, or is that just
Oh,
the
no.
cost of programming?
Sorry, yes. So through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, these were all of the increases that we saw in the budget. So positions, expenses, all of it. And I was just trying to depict where the funding sources were coming for those increases.
So field tech is an addition, a staffing addition then?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the field tech position is a fully grant-funded position, outside of $8,600 that council approved in 2021, I believe. And then that funding wasn't actually clarified which reserve it was coming from. So about a month ago, Barb Maggio brought forward a more specified source of funding for that $8,600.
So this is representing $8,600, not a full staff position.
I believe the full grant amount was $34,000, and then we had to match it in order to get it. So that was the $8,600 that was impacting us. Yep. Wonderful. Thank you.
Anything further on that?
Sorry, I did have one more slide. All that it was is that tomorrow you will expect to see an operating business case coming forward for an IT security audit that we're recommending doing.
Okay.
But it's in the document?
Yep.
Yeah. Not another one. Okay.
Double secure.
Sometimes we need it, eh?
Perfect. Moving along.
Sorry, I have on the agenda that municipal services is next, but in your binder, we had CPS, so we're going to have to skip to page 18. And Kathy will take over there, and then when Paul's here this afternoon, we'll come back to his area.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Through the Municipal Services Division, we're going to start at, I have it as fleet, sorry. I guess the reason why I don't have just a division slide is because there was no increase, there was no decrease. It's the same as last year. So for the fleet component, we have a net budget decrease of about just under $437,000. And part of that is we've decreased some intercity transfers from a revenue of about $340,000. And then our expense adjustments, we've had a decrease in our salaries, benefits, and our WCB. We've had, of $113,610. We've had a decrease in contracted services of $27,980. We've also had a decrease in our general services, which is the insurance piece of $15,690. We've had a decrease in materials, goods, and supplies of $38,830. And then we've had a decrease in transfers to reserves of $148,500. We've also done a removal of an administrative fee of $92,000. For our airport, we had a net increase of $27,680, and the majority of that is an increase to salaries, benefits, and WCB of $20,670. And this is due to a reallocation of some facility employees because we do have the airport terminal building within the airport budget, so it's not as a separate facility like all of the other municipal facilities. So there was some reallocation that was done for like facility attendants and facility operators. We have an increase of utilities of $4,380, and this is just the cost of electricity and gas going up. And then we have an increase of contracted services of $1,700, and these are requirements from Transport Canada. And then tomorrow you'll see a few operating business cases coming forward. One is for our airport master plan, and the other is for airport painting of the pavement painting. Okay, next is our engineering and our planning and development. So this saw a net decrease of $93,960. a lot of this, Candace has already spoken to with the transfer to information technology budget. It was, most of the like muni site, things like that were all allocated under engineering, planning and development, but we have since moved those to the proper department into information technology. We are seeing an increase in revenue of $23,920. We've had a decrease in salaries, benefits, and WCB of $6,310. And then the decrease for the general services of that $35,530, which was that reallocation to information technology. And then tomorrow you'll see a couple of business cases coming forward, one for the planning intern and one for culvert and bridge inspections. Next is our facilities. So these are all non-recreational facilities. We have a net increase of about $28,140. We've had a bit of revenue adjustments of $10,510. And then our expense adjustments, so we had an increase in our salaries, benefits, and WCB. And we've had a decrease in our general services of $6,540, an increase in contracted services of $6,100, and then increase in materials, goods, and supplies of $13,410. And this is essentially that we're doing a lot more preventative maintenance items. So this had an increase for that for 2023. We've had a decrease in utilities of $22,280, and this was basically because of the allocating them properly to the specific facilities, and then a decrease in TCA transactions of $6,250.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you, through the chair. This is the only department where I saw utility costs going down. Why would our utility costs be going down there?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the utility costs aren't going down. We're just allocating them properly to the correct facilities. In previous years, they were allocated into different departments, but these are actually, or they were allocated to the certain facilities, but now it's being allocated to the correct facilities. So there could be recreation facilities that it was not accounted for, as well as like the airport terminal building, which aren't included in the facilities non-rec.
Thank you. When we talk about utility costs, and have we included in our budgets the anticipated increase to utility costs based on franchise fees? So for example, we've included it on the revenue side, but our costs are going up too in terms of our utilities.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we did go through when we were allocating out the proper buildings and facilities. And again, we added CPI to a lot of the areas. Anything over CPI would have required a business case, but utilities was one of them where
You applied the CPI. And you applied the CPI on all the utility costs and across all departments then?
I believe so. I can't guarantee that.
Okay.
Again, when we're looking at certain previous buildings, and you're going to see fluctuations because now we don't have the civic building utility costs. So there's a lot of moving parts to all of this, yeah.
And the other question I have here is in relation to financial services charges of $591. I'm assuming that's so we're paying down a facility? Is that a debenture cost or what?
Sorry, yes, that would be our debenture interest and principal.
And is that against the new Public Works building? Is that what that is?
In that particular case, yes.
Thank you.
No, I don't think it would be. We do have the debenture schedule available for you earlier in the package because we paid for the Public Works facility.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We pay cash, so we wouldn't have a debenture on that. But it's to pay down a facility, to pay down a debenture then, or a combination of debentures.
I have Councillor Elliott first.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the questions that I asked was, what is the cost saving in deleting the cleaning contractors? And the answer was we won't realize that in 2023 but we will see it in 2024 if we're not renewing the contracts. I don't know if this is through to Kathy or to Sue, but if we're not renewing the contracts, why would we not see savings this year or the upcoming year? Thank you.
Sorry, was that for contracted services?
The cleaning services.
Oh, sorry, when I answered that question, I thought you meant contracted services and finance.
Oh, no, I was meaning we have different contracts for cleaning different facilities.
We don't have contracts for cleaning facilities, we have staff.
So we don't have anybody else cleaning the arena anymore?
No, since I've been here, there's not been a contractor cleaning any facilities, it's all been staff.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Kathy, are we going to go back through to the beginning to ask questions on some of these other departments, or do you want to finish your presentation?
Through the
Like, do you have
chair
other, sorry,
to Councillor Billingsley, whatever you would like to do.
what do you have? Well, you've got a few left. I'll wait till you finish and then we'll go through.
Okay. Okay, so next up would be our Public Works, Transportation and Storm. So we saw a net decrease of about 17,150. We had a decrease in salaries, benefits, and WCB of 46,240. We do have an increase in materials, goods, and supplies of 7,150, and this is essentially due to cost increases of things like road salt, gravel, those kinds of things are going up. Increase in utilities of about $4,380, and an increase in intercity transfers of 16,530. You will see some operating business cases coming forward tomorrow: asphalt crack sealing, our sidewalk rehabilitation and curb ramps, and our stormwater preventative maintenance. Then we'll move into parks for public works. So we had a net increase of about $3,820. We did see a small increase in salaries, benefits, and WCB. We had a decrease in intercity transfers, and then a small increase in our materials, goods, and supplies. And tomorrow you will see some operating business cases coming forward for a parks infrastructure maintenance program, as well as a pilot project for roadside wildflower meadows. And the last one for municipal services, so Public Works Waste Management, we saw a net decrease of about $32,580. We have a decrease in revenue of $76,630. We did see an increase in salaries, benefits, and WCB, as well as an increase in general services, contracted services, and materials, goods, and supplies, and this is essentially increased costs of different items. But we did see the decrease in financial service charges of $221,940, and this is due to paying off a debenture.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I guess I'll work backwards here. So under solid waste,
Sure. Give me the page, please.
25, last page, I guess. Through the chair to Kathy, do you have the ability to tell me how much revenue the city receives from recycled goods?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I would have to look and see. I know over the last number of months, markets have just not been great, so the revenue has certainly decreased over the last, I would say certainly the last half of this year so far, but I can get more information on that.
And where would that show under revenue? What line item?
Sales of goods and services.
Tell you, this isn't critical, but if I can do a request for information.
BIR?
We can take it as a BIR.
Okay, thank you.
I noted that in the slide.
I'm sorry?
I made a note of that in this slide.
Okay. Page 24.
Sorry.
Oh,
Are you- no, go
I'm
ahead.
done with page 25, unless,
You
go
go
ahead.
through- No, you go through your thing, and then I'll pick up after you. You might answer some of my questions.
I doubt it. Page 24. Sale of goods and service parks. It's the same number as last year. Is there mythology of why or how that was calculated? $86,100. It just runs across the, and I'm just wondering if, was there a calculation made, or is that just an average, or?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that is essentially kind of a running average of, for our cemeteries, of plots and things we've sold.
Okay. Then in 559, utilities, where do we spend $1,500 on utilities in parks? Is that?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, so we do have water for watering the planters and things like that, but there is some electricity costs for the cemeteries to run the two buildings there.
Okay, thank you.
Can I stay on 25
Yeah, please go ahead.
through the chair?
Well, not me to decide.
No, just rather than me coming back and flipping through the pages again. No, we were on parks. Line 510, the breakout of parks. Do we have a breakout in terms of permanent versus summer staff?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. Well, what you're seeing on page 24 is rolled up for our casual versus our permanent. But yes, we do account for it separately.
So is there a possibility that as we move forward here that I could get the breakout? It doesn't have to be now. And the reason I ask the question is, as we're deliberating budget, the whole issue of how many workers we have in the summer may be an issue somewhere down the road in terms of balancing our books. And I'd just like to understand what it costs us in the summer. Thank you, Councillor Billingsley.
Page 20, engineering and development. The 20, line 492, transfer from reserve of $20,000. I guess my question was before is that it's showing, it seems to be a one-time transfer. Right, and maybe because 2024, 5 and 6 are incomplete, but what exactly is that all about? Because the previous year it was $3,000, and I'm just wondering if what it is.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that $20,000 is for our planning intern. So we were not able to get the planning intern until I believe they started in September of this year, so that it is grant, there's a portion that is grant funded, but this $20,000, so essentially the province wants us to use the grant funding first, so we had to move this $20,000 from 2022 to 2023 because they're here for an 18-month period So we'll be using the 20,000 at the end of the planning intern's 18-month work period.
Okay, good with that.
Seems like a good time to take a break for lunch. We will reconvene at 1 PM.
So we'll come back and I'll be able to ask my questions then on this? Thank you.
welcome back to 2023's Budget Deliberations, Day 1. Sure is. Councillor Billingsley, did you want to continue?
Thank you. Excuse me, through the chair. You know what, I'm going to go back to page 18 and the equipment pool and speak to that. Obviously, our notes, the 711,500 is the correct transfer to reserves. That one is right, not the 800,000. Yes, I just wanted to make sure that that's the case. In the equipment pool, what are we budgeting for this year to buy stuff out of there? Am I missing?
I can answer that through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. A couple of years back, council administration had presented a fleet best practices manual, and council had made the statement that there would be no requests approved until that whole thing is finalized. And so we hope to bring a new policy/process to council early 2023. We have no vehicle requests this year.
Okay, and that's kind of what I had thought. And I guess this is my concern of all of this. We're throwing another $711,500 into that pool with $3 million before this process, and we'll have close to $4 million into a reserve with no plan. Sorry, that's not fair to say. Well, maybe it is fair to say that we don't have a plan, I guess, of what we're going to be spending it on, and yet we're not spending anything on it for the last 2 years, and we put in $1.5 million in there. And if we don't do anything for 2023, we're going to be putting another $700,000 in it for the following year, and now we'll have close to $5 million in there, and maybe we start spending some of it. And I'm wondering if we don't need to put any more into that pool based upon the average rate of spending that we've been doing over the last 5 years.
Can I piggyback off that comment or question?
Depends if he's looking for an answer.
Yeah,
or if that was
absolutely.
just a statement. Absolutely, you're looking for an answer, or was that a statement?
Well, he can, I'm okay with yielding to someone else, that's for sure.
Go ahead.
Yield away, man. I'm wondering, do we have any provision in the equipment pool for a cap? Because we have caps in some of our other reserves. And I think, and I'm piggybacking off of Councillor Billingsley's comments about if we haven't spent money and don't anticipate spending money, do we need to be putting $750,000 into the budget? So, like, can this go up to $7, $8, $9, $10 million, or even snow removal has a cap?
Yeah, so if you, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, if you look in the first tab, at the end of the debt projections and reserves, the policy is there. And so on page 11 is where the equipment pool is, and there is a ceiling, the equivalent of 10% of the M&E vehicles as per the audited financial. But there shall be no maximum limit on the reserve itself. Now, we do have, part of one of the changes that we're looking at is including, we have 2 separate equipment pools right now, so fire has their own, and then everything else is in this one. And if we were to combine the 2, we know right now we don't have enough in the fire reserve to actually replace what we're saving for. So I don't think we're at a position right now where we would be overfunding this, but we really need to get that information back to council in 2023 so that we can, so you can see the plan.
So Sue, then in relation to your comment about the fleet, what constitutes the fleet? Every machine is a greater part of the fleet?
No, so it goes back again, I don't know if Brenda can explain this easier.
through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, what we used to do, and I don't know if this has been the past historical practice of the city, is that anything that required a license was a vehicle. So if you needed a license plate or to be registered through the province, we considered that a vehicle. If it was unregistered, so like your graders, any tractors, backhoes, that kind of stuff that are not required to be licensed, we considered that machinery and equipment. So two separate tangible capital asset categories, and usually your heavier equipment has a longer lifespan. So you're looking at your graders and that having anywhere from 20 to 25-year lifespan, and your small vehicles, I mean, depending on the municipality, 5 to 10 years, but 10 years is usually a maximum.
And just aside from the fire reserve and planning for an acquisition there, do any of our big ticket items other than our smaller vehicles, do we have some that are getting close to the end of life?
We do, and we're going to update that list. I know Kathy's been working on divesting a bunch of equipment that we're not using, or that we don't have enough hours of use on to justify keeping them. And once we get all of that finalized, we'll bring the entire list back to council for review.
Now, what year did we purchase the street sweeper?
2021? Yeah,
Oh,
2021.
okay, so it wouldn't be here. I was just trying to find out where, I thought it was last year, and I was looking for where I'd find it in this document, but I wouldn't. Yeah.
No, and any equipment request we have would come in as either a business case or a charter. We're not just going to say, oh, we're buying 5 vehicles this year and spending out of reserves because it's a reserve. We need a council motion to allow us to spend out of it.
Thank you, I'm good.
Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At one point in time, all of the equipment was part of the equipment pool, graders and everything, whether it was licensed or not. And then what the city did, and I don't know what happens now, but there used to be something like a North American equipment standard or something. And so instead of keeping a grader for 25 years, we would keep it for 9, because then we would get maximum trade value, yet we had got maximum hours out of it before we had to start paying for it. And then we got a good trade-in value, which went toward the purchase of the next one. And it was based on this value of North American, I don't know, equipment, something or other.
It's the Alberta Equipment Pool.
And there was one for North America as well.
Yeah, they haven't been doing that since I got here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I think one of the discussions that we had with council recently was it is not we're not getting money back, it's a guaranteed trade-in, not a buyback. So there's a difference with a trade-in. That means we're committing council to purchase the new vehicle. And that was one of the big issues that we were having with staff. They were saying, well, if we don't return it this year, we don't get the buyback. And I said, well, but your agreement doesn't say buyback, your agreement says trade-in. Yeah, and that should never happen. So we shouldn't be committing council to a future purchase that you may not approve. So there's a bunch of things that need to change about how we were doing it. And the policy really didn't speak to any of it. And so I can send you the best practice that we're working towards right now. It was presented, I think, after you left council last.
I can wait for
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
Oh, thank you. Through Sue, through the chair. So the equipment pool, something kind of caught me, is only equipment that has a registration? Is that, no?
No, that's, Brenda's saying that's what industry best practices or the organizations that she's worked at. So in our organization, it was all equipment. The big difference is if it's under 5,000, if we can't capitalize it, like then they're not showing up on the replacement plan. So things like chainsaws or smaller pieces that are below that. And so this is another area where we need to look at life cycle assessment. Like, we're still going to need another chainsaw if we have one. So how are we replacing that? And that's something we need to still look at.
So our grader got stolen last night and we had to buy a new one. Where does that money come from for the purchase of the new grader?
Insurance.
Okay.
It completely breaks down, it's inoperable.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so we would come back to council at that point and say, we have a repair budget of X number of dollars, and this is what happened. We need a motion to spend out of reserves.
So it wouldn't come out of equipment pool?
Yes, it would.
Oh, it would come out of equipment
Yep.
pool. Okay, I'm okay with that. I guess my only, you had said also that we may be having a shortfall on the protective services budget as far as equipment going forward, or the fire department.
Yeah, well, there's one vehicle that's been requested several times to be replaced, and there's not enough money in their reserve to pay for that. So when we do put that forward,
Then I'd like to put into the parking lot discussion about the transfer to what reserve the equipment, the $711,500 goes to.
it goes to the equipment pool reserve.
No, I know that, but I'd like to have that conversation that maybe it doesn't.
It goes into a different reserve?
Correct. Could it not go into the fire departments? Because you said that there was a shortfall for those folks.
Right, no, what we're planning to do is move the fire department into the equipment pool. So in the fire department, you're going to see a $250,000 transfer to reserves. The council has approved $250,000 each year to go into a reserve in the fire department for equipment replacement. And so when we look at the entire,
So where's our protection then that, because the $4 million, there's $3 million that is sitting there currently is for equipment that is not fire-related.
yeah,
Where protection going forward, if they are merged, that $3 million is no longer not for the grader and trucks, and that it doesn't get used for some other purpose?
any spending out of a reserve has to have council's approval. So we would have that discussion with council, and you would be making that decision each time.
You still have to approve the purchase
No, and I get that.
and the funding source.
I still have grave concerns that we are putting away a sizable amount of money, and we don't seem to have a plan. And I hate saying that because that's not fair to staff and administration. But I don't see anything there that tells me that that's too much, not enough. And I've got grave concerns about that.
Councilor Nielsen.
So when would you envision the merging of those two reserves?
I had hoped it would happen already, but we've had a lot of other priorities, so I would look by the end of Q1. We should have it, something to you in spring.
Okay, and the other question is, you talked about a chainsaw. I guess, so, and you're saying that would be an equipment purchase, equipment pool purchase?
No, in that case, we usually spend it out of our small consumable tools,
Okay,
but we don't have a set life cycle. Again, we're collecting all the assets and making sure that all of the budgets cover replacement of those things in the future so that we don't have ups and downs.
okay. And I, while we're talking about, I'm going to use the word potentially merging them, I'm hearing you say that's fine down the road if that happens, if we get there, if other things don't get in the way of that financial merger. Should we be putting the money somewhere else? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, I don't know, right? I don't know, like, from 10,000 miles away, it sure seems that we're just keep putting money aside and don't really necessarily have a plan of what we're going to do with the money. We don't know if $3 million is enough, but we're still going to add 700,000 to it.
And so, do we have an anticipated cost on a new fire requested vehicle? Like, do we know it's going to be a $2 million acquisition or a 1.2 million or a 4 million, or do we have any idea what we're looking at on that side of the page?
Yeah, well, I'd have to pull up the previous charter that we submitted, and it was denied. And that was still a few years older, so I'm sure costs have gone up since then. Paul might know off the top of his head.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, Fire Services has a 5-year capital plan that they've been developing for some time. If you recall, last budget cycle, you folks approved $50,000 for a fire master plan. So that master plan and that study will help to validate a lot of what is in that capital plan, and then when it comes back to council for approval, we'll be able to say with a little bit more justification on what our priorities are for those vehicles. At this point in time, fire administration is not clear on what is priority number 1, 2, or 3 for the fire department.
Mr. Mayor, but from what I hear from Kathy and from Sue, is that once this best practices comes through, then we will know where we're going to spend. So we're waiting for that at this point in time. So there will be an amalgamation of the fire reserve with the equipment pool, and that'll all go together, and then that'll become part of a best practices, which is going to be presented to us early in 2023. Correct? Okay. So we will have a plan in the first quarter of 2023.
And I understand that. I guess what I was trying to get at here is that, like Sue said, there's not enough money in the fire reserve right now to pay for whatever the fire service was hoping to acquire. And so maybe my question should have been, do we have any kind of idea what the shortfall would be between what's in the reserve and sort of what the cost of that kind of a vehicle runs?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, not until we finalize that whole report, because we're still looking at equipment pieces, what we're going to keep, what we're not. And then we would work with Paul's team to figure out what's in their plan and then include that in the proposal when we come forward. I mean, worst case scenario, we could keep the reserves separated. It doesn't really matter. It's just if we're funding equipment, the theory is we should be funding all of the equipment and not just separate departments when we know that one is underfunded right now. I think council only started funding this 4 years ago. So there's $1 million that's been put in. So we're always catching from behind when it comes to this sort of thing. And so it'll all be identified in the report.
And you're thinking end of Q1?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to know what you want to do with that $711,000 now?
Well, yeah, historically, if we spend $700,000 per year on average on equipment. And to eat up at this $3 million that is sitting there means that we're going to have to spend $1.2 million every year before you start whittling away at the $3 million that's sitting there, plus the $700,000 that you put away every year. So historically, what have we spent on equipment other than the last two? And I've just asked the question, do we need to put that money away? Could it go somewhere else, or do we, I mean, it can't be a tax because it would be a one-time, and I understand that as well. But is there a better place for that money to go?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, if you remember, I believe it was 2018, I brought a report to council. At that time, we had the amount that was requested was fluctuating, and so what I did was I took the entire fleet and equipment spreadsheet that we had, and I tried to level it out, and so we came up with an average of $860,000 a year. And that was just to have steady funding, and it would account for everything over a 10-year period. And so that's where we came up with that number. The only reason that it went down is because we got rid of some fleet for water and wastewater. So right now, we're saying 711,500 is what we need to maintain over a 10-year period all the replacements. Now, again, Kathy's going through some of these bigger ticket items that we have and saying, listen, we're not utilizing it. It's probably cheaper for us to contract that service out than to keep this piece of equipment. So this number will likely change. It would go down for an equipment pool side, but then it may go up because of a fire side. So we really need to flush out that list and see what it looks like.
Then you've kind of sold me on the idea that we may want to take a look at this, because if that's what we're going to spend every year is about $711,500, we've got 4 years worth of reserves to cover that money off already. Not saying that that would be prudent, but in other words, the money's already sitting there. And because if we keep spending 711 and putting in 711, that balance is going to remain the same till the end of time.
Unless we augment for fire.
But is that enough? And
I think one of the options for council to consider, if you don't want to put that in this year, could be to transfer it to a different reserve to pay, so the money is still there. And it could pay for some of the one-off business cases or other initiatives that come up, because if you reduce it, then next year you're automatically looking at a 5% tax increase just
correct.
to cover it.
Not necessarily. If we're not replacing $800,000 worth of equipment, even over a 10-year average, if we're not spending $8 million on equipment.
No, but at some point you will have to put it back in, right, to catch up. And we don't know what that number is going to be until we amalgamate all of the equipment.
Absolutely, but you're going out of the assumption that that's what it's going to be. Right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Just as part of this conversation, and I asked about the ceiling, and Sue, you talked about it, a target level equal to 10% of machinery and equipment and vehicles in the audited financials. Can we get a figure about machinery and equipment and vehicles? You got it.
Yes, I've got it up already. So based on our 2021, sorry, through the chair, based on our 2021 financial statements, in machinery and equipment, we have $12.2 million of equipment that we purchased, but less the amortization, our net book value is 5.18, so just about 5.2 million. So we've consumed $7 million worth of those assets over the years. For vehicles, our purchase or what we've got on the books is 5.16, and after the net book value is 1.69. So again, we've consumed millions of dollars there. So altogether, I did actually calculate this out for our discussion with the reserves. So our net book value of the machinery, equipment, and vehicles is $6.87 million. And based on that policy, our target level is $687,732. But if you have, and I guess it's putting away for those big purchases, and even right now, if council were to approve the $711,500, after Q1, when that policy is presented, you could redirect those funds. Just because they're going there right now doesn't mean that council can't, by motion, redirect those funds to fire or to contingency or stabilization. That would be a motion of council that would allow that change. But between just the, so what would fall into the equipment pool, we've got, just about over $17 million worth of assets.
Okay, then through the chair to Sue, if that was the target of 6.8, we're a ways off that, but the statement there shall be no maximum limit. Do you have any idea why that would be put in there?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I believe the last time the policy was updated was 2019, and it was a recommendation of our finance person at that time based on what was done in other communities. So again, the reserve policy is one that we plan to bring forward in this next year because we don't have a funding source for one of them, and we have some recommendations that could be changed. This could be one of those areas.
Yeah, I find it interesting that we set a potential target level, but then say, and if we blow by that target level, it doesn't matter. And I find that a little disconcerting, given our financial predicament right now, that, not that we've got a lot that we're over that amount, but I find it disconcerting that we would just arbitrarily blast past a potential target limit.
I don't think it was arbitrary. I think we've had this discussion before, how we've had different people in finance and even in the CAO role year after year after year. And some of the things that we're trying to clean up, this is one of them, right? Where we'll compare what's going to reserves to the policy to make sure that they match.
Thank you.
Can I request that we take this to the parking lot and discuss at that time of where it could possibly go, whether it stays put, business cases, whatever it may be?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you. I thought Councilor Billingsley had a whole bunch more questions, so in the absence of you,
Oh, sorry.
I've got a few of my own. Page 25, solid waste. And again, maybe I've missed this, but when we talk about solid waste and we're spending $120,000 in contracted services, what are we contracting out there?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, some of these contracted services are hiring trucks or renting bins, those kinds of things, equipment rentals. I believe we're not renting the equipment, we are contracting someone out to run equipment. It could be from the landfill and or recycling because it's all rolled up here. But that's typically what that contracted services are for. Plus, we also do annual landfill monitoring reports and those kinds of things. So we have contracts with consultants to do those reports as well.
When you say it's all rolled up, so it isn't necessarily just solid waste? It's coming from other areas of public works?
No, what I'm saying is that, we have waste collection, we have recycling, and we have landfill. All of those three are put together for the contracted services,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Page 20, and engineering and development, I guess this is Candace, through the chair to Candace. Is it? No, it's yours, okay. But did we not talk about the $20,000 transfer from reserves for an intern? So we're putting $20,000 in, but we've got a business case for an intern. How do those two break out?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so we currently have a planning intern on staff. In this business case, we would be requesting a second intern.
Thank you. Gotcha. Under airport, in other budgets, we've had places where we've put dollar values in under but line 480, conditional grants, where we're anticipating grants. But in the airport, we have no anticipated grants. Does that mean we really don't expect to see any grants coming forward from airport operations?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, at this point, we have exhausted all of the STIP grant available for the airport, so we are not expecting any other grants.
Thank you. That's it. My other word, equipment pool, so we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to Kathy. And Kathy, this is just for information. I think you'll probably have this on the top of your noggin. When we have the hazardous waste roundup, do we have to pay for that?
Through the chair, Councillor Elliott, there are, typically what happens is that we do have to pay some. There is a grant from the province. The grant has become less over the years, but it really depends on how much we end up collecting and what those fees are to that contract to remove the hazardous waste. So it could be 100% funded, but it really depends on what people are bringing in and where they have to go.
And what about the electronics that are all sitting there as well?
Those get returned, and we do get funding for some of it.
So those are two costs that could be part of that solid waste as well then. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, if there's no other questions, then we will move to page 12, and I believe that's where Paul's division starts.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paul Edgington, General Manager of Community and Protective Services, and today I'll go through the fire services, bylaw services, RCMP, recreation programs, and facilities budgets for the 2023 budget cycle. On your fire services budget, page 12, we are projecting a net budget increase in 2023 of $137,230. Revenue adjustments, we are seeing a decrease of $47,430 and increasing expenses of $89,800. So for the revenue adjustments, we are decreasing our revenues from owned sources by approximately, or about $48,000. This is our cost recoveries. Saskatchewan Fire Service no longer facilitates the TSAG training, and previously this activity brought in approximately $48,000 per year. Around conditional grants, we are seeing an increase of $570 as per the City and County Fire Service Agreement. This agreement increases 1% annually as per the Fire Service Agreement. And in the sheets here, you'll notice line item 430 has transitioned to line item 480. So the ICF agreement, the payments from the county used to come into 430, now they will be coming into 480. This impacts the entire CPS divisional budget, not just fire services. For expenses, we have increased salaries, wage, and benefits by $31,480. This was done this year to properly allocate casual firefighter staff based on 0.25 of an FTE using positions as identified in the August 2022 org chart. So that would have been casual staff that were responding regularly. We allocated 0.25 of the cost of an FTE, and we're able to allocate our casual wages that way. The reason for this is that this method of forecasting that was previously done was just based off of a line item, and it was extremely difficult to budget for. So basing it on this method should provide a bit more of an accurate method to allocate our budget. We have seen an increased general services and we have seen an increase in both general services and the materials, goods, and supplies by about $10,600. These were done to increase primarily related to budget for fire prevention kits as we get into our post-COVID fire teachings with the schools, as well as increasing our radio equipment maintenance budget to account for replacement of VHF pagers and batteries. And the last increase in expense was just an increase in intercity transfers by $47,720 to better account for fire building station costs. Because it's such a diverse portfolio, folks, if you want to jump into questions around the fire service, now is your time.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Paul. So Paul, if the salaries are going up because you're moving part-time people onto an FTE and then allocating under salaries and wages benefits, where would I see the corresponding value being dropped somewhere else? Because we would have been paying those people out of another budget line.
Previously we would have been paying them out of volunteer fire remuneration, and every year we exceed that line item. And so because we continually exceed the amount that we have set for that line item, in collaboration with finance, and this wasn't just for the fire service, but across all of the division, just ensuring that what we have in the org chart, we have the staffing dollars to support that. And at the pool, for example, I don't pay my casual lifeguards on a line item, right? It comes out of casual staffing dollars. And so we've essentially done the same thing for firefighters now.
So have we removed a line item here then?
No, we have not.
Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, when you look at salaries, wages, and benefits, it includes casual, part-time, paid on call. All of those would roll up into the same area. So before, where you used to see the volunteer paid on call remuneration, in this level of budget, it all rolls into salaries.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, sorry, I was incorrect. So previously, in the 2022 budget, there would have been a line item called volunteer fire remuneration, and so that is now stripped out. It was about 224,400, and it's been, now for 2023, been moved to hourly part-time with a slight increase. So my apologies for that.
No, not at all. Thank you for clarification. When you move those volunteer services onto a FTE, are they driving benefits at the same level, at the same rate? I'm assuming your FTEs would be getting benefits added at a same rate.
The volunteer firefighters have been receiving benefits prior to us making this change. It's just we're now just changing the line item to casual wages.
Okay, and then, and based on my limited knowledge that Mayor Gannam shares with us, I'm kidding, of course. As we have decreased the number of volunteers, I know that the calls or the hours that the volunteer firefighters spend fighting fires would be the same, but the training of 60 versus the training of 18 or 20 is different. Has that been built into all of this, Paul?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, do you mean a corresponding decrease in the training dollars allocated?
Yes.
I don't believe we have decreased the money that we provide for training, but at the same time, we have a lot of our staff that are internally responsible for that training as well.
I'm sorry.
So we currently have staff within the Wetaskiwin Fire Service that on Thursday nights they train together, and so the more senior staff will help to train. We don't bring in external contractors every single time to train.
No, and I understand that. I was just thinking that on Thursday nights when you were training 60 and paying them a stipend, you're now training 18 and paying them a stipend.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, absolutely. And so that would have an impact on the amount that we would actually be spending. So if we have less staff, because we pay for our Wetaskiwin Fire Service staff to show up at training nights. And so if we have less staff and they're not showing up at training night, we won't have as much money being spent on casual staff.
And will that be reflected in salary, wages, and benefits then?
The amount that's currently provided for under 2023, the $249,940, is to account for, let's say approximately 20 FTEs. This was done in approximately August when we had about 20 FTEs responding. And so that is there to provide for the training as well as for the response to fire calls.
Thank you.
And there won't be a decrease in that because part of that pilot project for the 3-term positions will be taking some of those salary or those training dollars that would normally have gone to the other 20 firefighters that would have been there.
Okay.
Then would come back to those term positions.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, to Paul, what do we contract out that we're, and maybe it's because it's incomplete, that we're not planning on doing contracted services going forward? Is there something specific for this year and last year? And what is it? And it's the only ones that doesn't have zero, so I'm not sure if that was just a one-time or...
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley. So it's the $60,000 that was there, provided 2022 as well as 2023. That is for the fire services master plan.
Okay.
And there's a corresponding transfer from reserves coming into the
Yeah,
budget
and I
as well.
saw that up front, yeah, on the top. Okay, thank you.
So the increase for pagers, we didn't purchase all of the radios that were budgeted for the previous year. Would there still need to be that increase for the radios with a surplus from radio? Sorry. Would there still be a need to be an increase for pagers if there's a surplus from radios that weren't purchased?
To the mayor, just so I better understand this, you're referring to the AFRAX radios?
Correct, yeah.
And so because we're not purchasing the amount that we were
budgeted
previously
for, yeah.
budgeted for, my understanding is that money can only be spent on AFRAX radios, and so this money is separate for the VHF radios and pagers.
So where does it show then the surplus from radios that weren't purchased? Would that go back in the general?
Yeah, it would stay in the reserves, so that money was funded through reserves. This is an increase to the operating budget, and any savings from the AFRAX would just stay in the reserve.
But the pager cost would be a capital expense, right, not operating?
No, I believe it's operating.
The AFRAX, through the chair, the AFRAX radios were a capital project, and I believe the budget was about $223,000. It was from MSI Capital.
Yeah. So now if we're replacing pagers, would that not be?
They would most likely fall below the threshold. So depending on how many pagers you're purchasing and what the per unit cost is, a lot of times that is absorbed as an operating cost because it is a smaller ticket item.
But if it's not ongoing, maybe that's where I'm not drawing the line between the two. So if it's not an ongoing cost, but then it gets put into operating, then it's now part of next year's budget as well, no?
And again, it's kind of like computers where they're a smaller value and they don't have a long, we'll call it shelf life. Again, speaking in general municipal terms, is that you expense it as an operating expense as opposed to a capital project every 2-3 years. And you might be replacing 3 pagers each year, and it doesn't add up to enough to make it a capital project and add to your capital asset. Do you know how much the pagers are? Or?
I think $1,000 would be a ballpark.
Yeah, so generally, they would just be considered an operating expense.
Can I follow up on that? So, through the chair to Sue, and see, we've sort of been down this road before, in the sense that because it's a one-time operational cost, we add 30 pagers at $1,000, all of a sudden on the fire's general supplies and materials, there's a $30,000 investment. But because it's below a threshold, it's not identified as a capital item. Next year when we come to budget, we've artificially looked at a budget line that's got an extra $30,000 and it would never have $30,000 in it again for another 10 years. How do I as a counselor, how do you as a CAO guarantee to me as a counselor that that $30,000 is out of the equation in next year's budget? And it's not just something that we can add 3% to carry forward into the next budget year. And it was Tyler's question that sparked this, which is it's a one-time purchase, but on the operational side, it gives that department and me as a counselor an artificial sense that, well, they got 30,000, or their budget last year was $100,000, and so it's 105 this year, so yeah, that's not out of whack. But when you pull the $30,000 out, it's a $35,000 increase. You know what I'm saying?
I do believe, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we did have this discussion at the last budget, and I think that was why we made sure that this stuff was included this time. So any of the business cases that come forward where we're asking for more, or capital projects, the operational impact has to be accounted for. And so we missed that last year, and I believe, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, that's what this is. Wasn't that part of that discussion from last year's budget?
Through the mayor, well, I guess everybody. I don't recall on that conversation, but I do have an update. So that line item of 5,860, 3,000 of it are required for the replacement of VHF pagers and batteries, and then every year we have an Industry Canada license charge that we have to pay. It's about $2,500 as well. Just hearing back from the chief here on my understanding was that replacement of VHF pagers and batteries was about $3,000 annually, because these things don't last very long. So I'm just waiting to get that answer, and we'll get that to council.
But I'm not sure that answered my question.
Normally, when the business cases or project charters are submitted, we would identify to council if it's a one-time cost or if it's an ongoing need. And so in the past, I don't know that we've been as diligent in that as making sure that that happens. So when you approve something, there's no surprises in subsequent years.
But again, how do I, as a councillor reading next year's budget, know that you've pulled that $30,000 off of sort of a starting point? You know what I mean? I'm not articulating
we would
this well.
identify, just like we did in our presentations today, where we decreased and increased.
Okay. And maybe that's why it'd be important that some of those notes that your staff shared today would be provided to us as part of that budget. And like Dean and I were just talking, that had we had some of those talking notes, there's lots of questions that we could have answered ourselves, right? Thank you, I think.
Through the Chair Dell of Council, just to clarify, it is an ongoing expense of $5,860 every year for the Industry Canada licensing, as well as the VHF pagers. Is there any more questions on the fire department, or shall we move on? Okay. Okay, I'm here to present the bylaw services budget. So we're showing a net budget increase in 2023 of $48,350. This is a result of increase in revenue of $18,000 and an increase in expense adjustments of $66,350. So for the revenue adjustments, we're showing a reduced revenues from owned sources by $17,000. This includes decreasing to animal licensing, which was $2,000, and photo radar revenues of $15,000, using 2022 actual dollars. Given the complexity of forecasting revenues, our administration had some conversation, and if we find that by the end of the year our revenues have significantly increased, our team would update these figures before setting the final tax rate, but we're trying to be somewhat conservative in our approach to not overstate our revenues. We're also showing an increased transfer from reserves by $35,000 to support development of the community safety and well-being strategy. You'll note that in 2022 we did have $15,000 approved in bylaw from reserves to support the implementation of the e-ticketing software. This software has been purchased and is currently in implementation and should be relatively implemented by the end of the year. In regards to expenses, we are showing an increase in salaries, wages, and benefits by $11,250 to account for changes in salary, employer contributions, and WCB. We also want to note that we've decreased our training spend there by $1,500. We've increased general services by $8,950 to account for an increase in memberships of $950 and a software maintenance agreement of $8,000. Our team over the year consolidated our software agreements into one line item to better track this expense moving forward. So with the e-ticketing software coming on and then us moonlighting the report exec, we're showing an increase of $8,000 in this line item, but overall a decrease. We have increased contracted services by $62,200. This increase supports an increase to animal shelter operations, approximately $2,000, due to increased costs for animal care for injuries as per the Animal Protection Act as the caregiver. We have an increase of $500 for legal fees and enforcement services to keep track with actuals. We have an increase in photo radar contract due to an increase in processing, which is related to the amount of tickets processed, issued, and paid for as per the current agreement ending in 2024 with the vendor. We have an offsetting expense to support the community safety and well-being strategy, $39,700, and I believe I pointed to that corresponding revenue from reserves earlier. Given that our financial reporting processes have started, our administration will ensure that the ratio between revenues and expenditures for the photo radar contract specifically meets the standard within the contract with the photo radar provider. We are showing a decreased materials of goods and supplies by $15,300. Program supplies of $16,000 was reduced based on the 2021-22 spend, although there is an slight increase of $700 for protective clothing. And we have decreased our intercity transfers by $750 by identifying a slight decrease to equipment pool charges for bylaw and a slight increase to facility transfers of $570. That would be to represent the bylaw's occupation of their portion of the RCMP building. And with that, I can take any questions related to bylaw services.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Paul. Paul, do we pay for the uniforms of all of our bylaw services officers, our peace officers?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, yes we do.
And do we also purchase a dress uniform for each one of them?
Sorry, through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, could you restate your question, please?
Do we also pay for the purchase of a dress uniform, a more formal uniform?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, I know that we do purchase all of their uniforms, so we have their standard uniform as well as their protective clothing, which looks like uniform as well, so I would answer yes, although I'm not aware of any formal dress uniforms similar to what fire services would wear.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
You look so serious looking at me.
I was looking at Paul while I was deep in thought. I can't speak to the rest of the bylaw or the CPOs, but I know that Trent has a tunic. I don't know if it's called the same thing for protective services as it is for fire, but.
My question is to Paul about bylaw and animals, I guess, or animal bylaws and the time that they take for all of that. So in here, there is an increase. You said $2,000 for shelter. I couldn't write it down quick enough. But
yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, the cost of providing shelter service for the animals that we find in the community is increased by $2,000.
Any other expenses gone up related to animal control?
Just one quick second, please. Nothing showing here. No,
okay.
No, that was the major increase.
I guess it's more of a statement, or maybe it's not a statement, it's a question is, last year or the year before, Trent came to us and said that a fair amount of his time was on animal control as opposed to other bylaw services. About the same today as it was when that presentation was done to us?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, that was July of 2020. I still remember it. I would suggest that the life of our bylaw enforcement team ebbs and flows with the needs of the community, and since July of 2020, our folks are more busy with new, well, prior to the shelter, obviously with our unhoused population, but I would suggest that it has changed. And I do have Trent and myself coming on December 12th to talk about our service level inventory as well as where we are spending our time now. And the hope is that we would bring that for approval in the new year, once you've had some time to digest it and get some formal approval of where we are spending our time, so that we know whether or not we're hitting your meeting your expectations, and then we're just allocating our staff accordingly.
Okay. And finally, line 551, $18,000 for material goods and supplies. I really hate round numbers. Unless, what is that all?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Billingsley. So under materials, goods and supplies, we have two items there. Previously, we had spent $31,000 on program supplies. We've reduced that to $15,000. Now, just program supplies specifically, we're looking at things like animal control supplies, officer kit maintenance replacement, officer body camera, security camera for surveillance, patrol vehicle, equipment maintenance, that type of thing, as well as some special stationery related specifically to bylaw. So we've reduced that from $31,000 to $15,000 just based on actual spending. And then we do show an increase slightly for our protective clothing reimbursement from $2,300 to $3,000. So we've increased that by $700. We do have a new CPO one starting in the new year, and that's why that was increased.
Thank you.
Okay. You'll have to apologize. I have a whole bunch of paper, and it needs to move with me here, so. Okay, we'll get to the RCMP cost center. We're showing a net budget increase in 2023 of $718,820. This is because of revenue adjustments, revenue increase of $76,600, and an expense increase of $795,420. So on the revenue side, we are showing a decrease in revenue from own sources of $90,400 based on a 2022 reconciliation of the RCMP building lease. This annual lease revenue has decreased based on the increase of municipal members in the detachment. This analysis should be completed annually to be reflective of the most recent changes in the detachment. And so that's my note, but at a broader sense, every year administration is supposed to reconcile the number of members we have, both municipally and provincially in the RCMP building, and then from that, Alberta Solicitor General provides us a lease for the share of the provincial members. That had not been done since 2016, and in 2018-19, we added bylaw to the mix, some sheriffs came in, and when we worked with Alberta Solicitor General to better understand the amount of money owed to the city, we identified that we actually saw a decrease in revenue of $90,400. So the analysis has not yet been completed to be reflective of the most recent changes in the detachment, i.e. 4 new municipal members, the sheriffs are leaving the building, and there are 6 new provincial members. And so I would expect that in 2024, perhaps we may have a revenue increase here again, but we have to work through a long process with Alberta Solicitor General, and hence why that revenue has decreased. We are showing an increase in conditional grants of $170,000. This increase is a result of the full granting dollars being provided to the city to offset the costs of 4 new municipal members over a 3-year period as part of the contract with the Government of Alberta for those new members. On the expense side, we're showing a decrease of salaries, wages, and benefits by $26,910 to better reflect existing staffing capacity, going back to the exercise that was done in the summer with our org chart and our staffing dollars. We have 10.5 MEs, and I know that they've been running through some vacancies, so that would have been decreased for that purpose. We're showing an increase in purchases from other governments by $821,120 to reflect the increases to the RCMP contract as a result of recent union negotiations across Canada. We're showing an increase in general services by $70 to the increase in cost of insurance, and an increase in intercity transfers by $1,140 as a result of increasing costs to maintain the RCMP building. And with that, I can take any questions you folks might have on the RCMP.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Paul. So Paul, you said the 4 municipal members that we have, we get $170,000 for.
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, no, we get $700,000 a year to pay for those 4 new members, but in 2022, we could only claim 500 and some thousand, and so we've, over the course of a full year, it would be $700,000.
Okay, so the shortfall because they weren't here for the full year.
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, through the chair, the $2,500 line 580 is financial service charges. That's going to be the debenture, is that correct? So I was looking at that. I can't find that number anywhere in, like I look at the different RCM buildings, A, B, C, D, E, and F, and I don't see anything close to $2,500. Am I missing something?
Excuse me, through the chair, that's actually our Visa Interact and MasterCard fees because they accept electronic payments for record checks, police record checks. And so that's the bank charges that we pay for accepting Visa and MasterCard.
That makes more sense. Good. Thank you.
Do we have that many crim record checks done in a year? I was going to say it might be cheaper for us to just pay for it and not have to pay for the point of sale. Councillor Elliott.
Mr. Mayor, there's one restaurant in Wetaskiwin that I go to that when I put on my debit card, it says, are you willing to pay an extra 50-cent surcharge or something to that effect? Could we not implement something like that if people are going to use their debit card or credit cards?
Currently, not legislation, but it is now that allows for us to charge that directly as a user fee, that we can add it on to people who are using credit card or debit payments. So we will be looking at doing that actually. So we're looking at that to try and implement already for the remainder of this year.
So it'll come to council as part of the fees and charges bylaw update.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Anything further? No?
All right. Join me as we venture on to recreation programs. We are showing a net budget increase in 2023 of $369,810. We're showing a revenue adjustment decrease of $195,650 in revenues, and expense adjustments an increase of $174,160. So on the revenue side, we're showing a decrease of $10,000 of revenue from the County of Wetaskiwin. This, as I noted before, the ICF grant has moved from line item 430 to 480, and this year it's $10,000 less than it was last year. We're showing a decrease of $194,870 from sales of goods and services based on 2021-22 actuals. This includes a decrease in overall pool admissions, swimming lessons, room rentals, and vending machine purchases. I want to note here, and perhaps we'll get to it in question period, but service levels have still not rebounded to pre-pandemic levels as a result of staffing shortages, as well as there are some residents that still haven't come back yet. And third, we have an increase of $9,220 of revenue from own sources. This includes an increase in revenues from both Memorial Arts as well as the public transportation side, or public transit side of the house. On the expense side, we're showing an increase in salaries, wages, and benefits of $89,630 to accommodate projected merit increases of existing staff, as well as increases to WCB and other salaries. Other notable decreases in this area include training and clothing allowance, as we have caught up on all staff uniforms in 2022. Public transportation wages decreased as a result of fewer staff supporting this program. We currently have 3 staff total supporting the public transit program. We're showing an increase in general services of $10,140 as a result of consolidating the Canada Day, which is $10,000 budgeted, Taste Wetaskiwin, another $10,000 budgeted, and the City Open House budgeted $2,500 into this cost center from elsewhere in the organization. I should say into this cost center from one of the other recreation cost centers into this line item. So we're also showing a slight increase in licenses to support programming. We're showing an increase in contracted services of $7,500 to support public transportation. This is an increase in the cost of our dispatching fee. We're showing an increase in material, goods, and supplies of $8,770 based on increasing costs to purchase these items. These include increases in program cost, supplies costs, first aid supplies costs, and vending machine supplies at the Manlick Center. We are showing a slight decrease of program supplies to support day camp and dry land programming. And lastly, we have an increase in intercity transfers of $58,120 to better support By the Lake Park and Memorial Center facilities. We're also showing a slight increase in equipment pool charges to support the public transportation program. And with that, I can take any questions relating to recreation programs, as well as keep in mind, folks, the public transit program is also underneath this cost center.
We're showing revenue from vending machines as well?
To the mayor, yes, we do have revenues coming from vending machines. I apologize for being a little late to the joke on that one.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Paul. So Paul, in total, how much are we subsidizing recreation in Wetaskiwin? Like what numbers am I looking at? Am I taking the 4,020,000 and subtracting the 1.268, and that the difference is what we're subsidizing?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, there's a significant number of cost centers that make up the recreation programming side as well as the recreation facilities side. And so maybe could you just ask your question again, and I see if I might have the answer in front of me?
Well, I'm just wondering approximately how much are we subsidizing between the Manlick Regional Aquatic Facility and this arenas just alone? But then we have others. I realize we have other facilities that come underneath. Paul, if that's,
Are you talking, Bill, are you talking programs or are you talking facilities?
both.
Okay, you're rolling them up.
I'm rolling them together under one heading,
Okay.
calling it subsidized. Subsidized recreation.
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, based off the information I have in front of me, so in the 2023 budget, we're showing a net cost to this from the city on recreation programs of $1,467,690, and then on the recreation facility side, a net of $2,752,080.
So that's basically to keep everything going. We are the taxpayers of Wetaskiwin are subsidizing.
To about approximately $4.2 million.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sue, do you get many requests for swim passes? We've talked about this before too.
To the chair, I get probably about a half a dozen a year, but it's under $1,000.
For more subsidies, I don't know if it's a way that we could market our Manlick Center for being able to offer that maybe more often. Give Councillor Billingsley 10 passes and make sure that he gives them to 10 people outside of the community to have them come in and experience the Manlick Center. Or give 10 passes to Councillor Nielsen and say, you know, if somebody's new to the community or somebody really hasn't had the opportunity to go and spend time at Manlick Center, that he gives them the passes. I'd asked for passes, I think it was last year. A community group had challenged their neighborhood to a decorating contest for Christmas and had asked for family passes for the Manlick Center for the top however many people that did it. So I had asked the city manager for that as well, and so that's something that we were able to offer to a community group or somebody organizing an event like that, to be able to offer that as a prize. Just a little incentive and maybe some more opportunity for our community to utilize the rec center. Mike.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if that's put in the parking lot and request that as a budgetary, I mean, it wouldn't be not, it would just a transfer of, that we can request in the parking lot, or unless you want to do it now and ask for it, and then it would have to be.
What does that do for a budget if all of a sudden we had 1,000, if we had 500 family passes and 500 individual passes? How do you track that?
Through the chair. What I have done historically is you record it as a grant to individuals, and then you've got the offsetting revenue. So you would show revenue, we'll say, of $1,000 to the recreation facility, but expense to either council grants to organization or economic development. So it really is a wash at the end of the day. Yes, you are having people in the facility there's a cost there, but the revenue and expense would be a break even.
Definitely AcDev, not council. That's where I'd like to go. Ahead.
Just to be clear too, through the chair, I have been providing Manluck staff with a GL code to charge to my public relations budget. So if I got anywhere near having to blow that budget, I would certainly be coming back and letting council know. So we do have that process set up, and if you want more, I think we could figure out the cost, and then I would suggest it just gets added to that.
I think I want more. I think I want to be more deliberate in that, and I do anyways.
Or we could increase council's public relations budget.
Sure. We'll add that to the parking lot, please. I'll just keep beating it to death, but Councillor Blatz works out of town, and if she's able to bring other people to the community too through conversation while she's hurting them, she could say, have you been to Wetaskiwin's Manluck Center? Come check out our Rex facility.
If you let me take blood, I'll give you a prize.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's a really good point too, because I've been wearing my Manluck jacket at work, and every time I wear that and I turn around, every single person has asked me, oh, where's Manluck? And then I get to tell them about our aquatic center, and a whole bunch of people with families always ask about it, so that would actually be super useful for me.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Does our Manluck jacket go under public relations? Because I don't have one.
If you'd come on a tour, you would.
Okay. I would just like to clarify, when I ask about what we're subsidizing programs in Wetaskiwin, in the library, in recreation and other areas, and I'm certainly not against that. I see that as preventative, and please don't hear me the wrong way. I'm not trying to say we need to make up $4 million by adding fees and charges to our community to make it user pay and we break even. That would just be horrendous for our community. But I just wanted to note how much it is, because we do subsidize a lot of programs, and people who don't use our facilities are paying for it, yes, but so are people who don't have children in school paying for schools. So I think I just wanted it for information. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to recreation facilities. We're showing a net budget decrease here in 2023 of $75,340. We're showing revenue adjustments increase here of $54,840 and expense adjustments decrease of $20,500. So on the revenue side, we have an increase of revenues of $159,500 from the County of Wetaskiwin. As I noted before, the ICF grants have moved from 430 to 480 here. We're showing a decrease of sales of goods and services of $39,000 based on 2021-22 actuals. This includes rental and user access fees at the Civic Center, Drill Hall, and Recreation Grounds. We're showing a decrease of revenues from owned sources of $65,660. This includes reduction in projections of the sponsorship revenues at the Manluck, and lease and rental agreements at the Twin Arenas and Multiplex. As you recall, Council did approve a lease policy. The new agreements have been incorporated into the 2023 budget. On the expense side, we're showing a decrease in salaries, wages, and benefits of $137,750 to better reflect actual capacity of staff that support recreational facilities. We're showing an increase in general services of $2,780 to reflect increases in the cost of insurance for recreation facilities. an increase in contracted services of $3,760 to reflect increased costs in building maintenance and equipment contracts. We're showing an increase in materials, goods, and supplies of $1,940 to reflect increasing costs of janitorial, chemicals, pool salts, and hardware, plumbing, electrical, as well as some landscaping materials. We're showing an increase in utilities of $111,300 to reflect increased costs of utilities, think water, gas, and electricity, a decrease in financial services charges of $40, and a decrease in intercity transfers of $2,490. I can take any questions you might have on recreation facilities.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to make a statement. Our utilities are going up about $110,000, through which we have no control whatsoever. I asked our city manager how much we spend on fuel and oil for our fleet, and that's $238,000. So if you just add those two numbers, there's $1 million right there. And that's only the utilities in one of our facilities. So again, when we're talking with the public and they see what they feel is a large tax increase and what I feel is a larger tax increase, we have to remember all of these different things that have to be taken into consideration when we're developing the budget. We can't leave our fleet without fuel. We can't leave the aquatic facility without utilities. So, I mean, there are a lot of givens that we just have to pay. And as I said previously, we can't expect the user to pay for everything. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
I will look later.
That's it, unless you have anything else? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I guess I agree with 90, let me just think here, 96.6% of your argument. But we do have control over cost of utilities. And we've, whether it's through franchise fees or through Peace Hills, we also have contributed to those inflationary factors. And I picked the number 96.3
Yes,
for a reason.
I do.
So,
Understand.
thank you.
Okay, one last part of the presentation here, talking about the Community and Protective Services Division Office. We're showing a net budget increase in 2023 of $23,770. And these are all primarily expense adjustments, because unfortunately the office doesn't bring any revenue in just yet, but we're showing an increase in general services by $10,420 to accommodate transfer of funding from the CAO budget and to consolidate special events funding for the city. We're showing an increase in salaries, wages, and benefits and contracted services by $3,850 to support changes in WCB and training budget and to support litigation and defense of the city of Wetaskiwin within the CPS portfolio. The portfolio previously did not have a legal expense, and we're hoping to make that happen in 2023. An increase in intercity transfers of $9,500 is last year wasn't provided, and this year, with that philosophy, we are providing it. So any questions I can do for you on this one? Okay, well, it's nice spending some time with you today. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, probably like a good 5 minutes, but you guys keep going.
There's food in the fridge, Paul. Go into business cases now? I'm sure we can.
Did you sense I was wanting to talk to you? So I know business cases are next in the binder, but we have staff prepared to come in tomorrow to speak to each one of them. However, Mrs. Lewin is prepared to speak to all of capital if council wants to deal with that, because we only have 4 charters in.
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question that comes out of section number 2?
Sure.
Before we go on? So at the very beginning of the morning, I asked the question about through the chair, the finance. I asked the question related to balancing transfer in and transfers out. And we've been through the document, and I'm still trying to reconcile those numbers. So from page number 1, we are transferring in $4.911050 million, transferring out $4.607820 for a differential of $303,000. And we've seen on every page transfers in and transfers out, and this page rolls everything up. So in my mind, if everything rolls up, should internal transfers not balance?
If I may speak to that, I am just going through and doing an analysis for you so that you can see which figures roll in and which figures are included in the roll-up amounts. So I'll have that prepared for you, hopefully by the end of today, if not for first thing tomorrow morning.
Excellent, thank you.
Councilor Billings.
Thank you. My question is to Sue through the chair. This budgetary process has been a little different in the sense now it's priority-based budgeting versus zero-based that we did before and whatever the heck it was called the year before that. My question is, if we are doing priority-based budgeting and that's been brought to us, would you be able to tell myself or the rest of council of things that have been taken out to get to where we're at and what those priorities were? And the reason why I'm asking is, right now we were presented, I think it was 8.4%. If I said to you, I'd like to be at 4%, 2%, whatever that percentage is, do you have a list for me to say this is the next one on the chopping block? Because it's a priority based, as you said. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, most of the ones that you're going to see from a priority based are the motions that we got a couple months back from Mayor Gandam, where we're still looking at. So the cleaning service RFP, the landfill, the transit, so all of those ones that we're looking at would be the ones that we plan to present the results to you prior to you setting the tax rate. So there's still an opportunity to adjust the budget, but we haven't done a full-scale reduction in the budget other than doing the salaries reconciliation. So there was a almost $400,000 reduction in salaries in the budget. So as we move through, if you look at each one of the pages, it shows the programs that we have in each area. Council could look at a program and say, tell me how much this costs. I don't think we need to do this anymore. So we have presented prior to council, like the top 10 that were in the program and what potentially could be saved. We're working on most of those right now. But we won't, like I said, we won't have the numbers for you until early in 2023, which will be there prior to you setting the tax rate, but not prior to approving the budget.
So then this isn't complete PBB then?
I think it's an evolving process, right? Each year we're going to make sure that we have that discussion with council about what services are happening. So again, Paul talked about bringing at the December meeting their service level inventory to council. So you're going to look at that and say, well, we don't think you should be doing this or this or this, and then that gives us an opportunity to come back to the budget and remove those pieces. It's awkward timing, I think, in the way that it happened, because we developed everything, but we didn't get motions from council until it was too late to make a difference in this budget right now as it's presented.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. Clarification, I guess. If I heard you right. Were you asking if there had been anything substantial removed from this budget over previous year's budgets because of the PBB process? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. In other words, did the realignment due to PBB, were there actual reductions made of whatever that, because it wasn't on the priority? It now dropped to number 7 and we're only doing the top 6. And so first question was, did we get rid of anything because of PBB? In other words, it didn't fit the priority. It wasn't in the top 6. I don't know, whatever that is, right? So then I'd be able to say, okay, well, I'm not satisfied with an 8.4 increase. I want a 4% or whatever it is. What's next? What on your list was next to go?
Okay. And then from your response, Sue, because that's what I thought you were asking. I heard you say we reduced staff by X number of dollars, and there's a number of things that we have been given to us for consideration, but they're still sitting in the budget.
Correct.
That you're saying, based on PBB, you might want to consider taking out?
That's not a decision of administration. So we would present to council, here's the programs and here's how much they cost, here's our recommendations, and then council makes that decision. So currently there's 4 or 5 that, motions that we have that we're considering. If when we get that information back in, that's not enough of a service change for council, then we would bring that list back up and say to you, what else? And that's part of why we supplied in the presentation all the programs that we deliver, so you could have a look at them and say, okay, what do I want to look at next? So you see these programs and say, provide support to various council committees. We don't want to do that. How much does that cost us? And then we can go back and find that information and let you know. We have recommendations, but they might be different than yours.
Beyond what you've already recommended.
Right, so
Okay.
we've recommended several.
Right.
And if council doesn't want to look at those, then you tell us what you want to look at, and we'll investigate how much of a savings that might be.
And that process would occur as part of all of this, all of the budget. So are we going to be making decisions then relative to the recommendations you've made about programs or services that you're thinking we should get out of the business of to impact this current budget we're talking about? And if that is not significant enough, depending on what the baseline is we're looking for, individually or collectively, then we would say, here's where else we're going to direct you to find savings.
Yeah, we could do that, but like I said, we've already had those motions, and we won't realize those savings until after this process. So if you want us to look at more, because you're not sure where those are going to land, you need to let us know outside of the 10 that we recommended, 5 or 6 already have motions. Are you interested in the other areas?
And you'd ask us to present that to you today?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've talked to council about it several times already, so if there's something in there that you see, you can tell us anytime, and we'll go back and take a look and see how much that costs.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Do you, I mean, we could, yeah. Hold on.
Okay.
I'd like to have that conversation. Sorry.
Can't hear you.
I know. Sorry. I'd like to, at some point of this process, have that conversation.
Add to the list of recommended savings.
Yep. Because I thought that that's what PBB was, is that it's going to force us to make some decisions. And what we're doing here is it's going to be down the road after budget is done. I'd like to personally go through this and take a look at possible tough decisions.
Okay, let's get into the review of the capital charters with Kathy, and then we'll make sure that everybody's got that tomorrow, and we can talk about it tomorrow morning. Can you email that out before, right? Okay, can you resend it?
Oh, we're doing capital charters.
Pardon?
Capital?
Capital, yeah.
Okay.
We'll take a break. Karen's going to email out that document, and then it'll give us the night to look at it if you're not at a dinner, and then the priorities.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Just so you have the electronic version of it as
Okay.
well.
Yep.
I don't have it with me right now, so. We'll take a 15-minute break. Karen will email that out. We will reconvene talking about capital with Kathy. You can start. All right, Kathy, you're on. Let us know what page you're on, please.
I am on page 4 of
Functional.
part 3.
Functional art. Where are we at?
Page 4 of part 3, yes.
Yeah, gotcha. Gotcha.
All right, so the first capital project in front of you this afternoon is our sidewalk construction project. So this is basically to install new sidewalk connections within the city or replace current sidewalk of up to 250 meters so that they are capitalized items. And so at this point, we are creating a list of areas, and so those will be finalized if approved, and tenders will go out once the budget is approved. And so we are looking at a $300,000 budget being funded through the Canada Community Building Fund. And I'll take any questions if anyone has them.
Sorry, Kathy, can we point out the operational impacts as well?
Oh, yeah, of course, sorry. So our operational impacts are about $500 annually, and this would be if we had to do any sort of crack sealing or grinding and things like that, if the sidewalk shifts and moves through frost heaves and things like that.
We're not with you right now, because I think page 4 and section 3 is still talking about operating. So I've got first page, I think.
I got page 4, section 4.
Is it
Section 4, not 3.
Oh, sorry.
There.
I had
So
to
we were
put tabs
there.
in my own binder.
You were there, I'm not there. I say we collectively, because we work as a team, Councillor Nielsen.
I'll remember that.
My apologies.
No, that's my fault.
Section 4,
Yep.
page 4.
Perfect, now I'm with you. Now I'll go to questions. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Kathy. Kathy, how do we make sure that when we do almost like the curb cuts, that we make sure that people in wheelchairs and with walkers and strollers can make it up? Like, I've had some concerns expressed to me that some of those are a challenge when they're in a power wheelchair, especially. So I just wondered, like, who oversees this?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott. So basically, we follow construction practices for things like that. There's standards for slopes of sidewalks and things. So it would be our project managers that are out on site looking at some of these items. So for example, in some of the older neighborhoods, curb heights are a lot higher than our new standards. So what we would have to do is some cutbacks further beyond what we had anticipated to create a gentler slope. So if we were, let's say, doing a removal of 2 meters of sidewalk, we may have to go 3 meters just to get the slope correct.
Okay. And similarly with the lights, crosswalk lights, sometimes it's a challenge for people to hit the buttons, and maybe they can't get close enough or they're not the appropriate height. I don't know this, I just have, again, had these concerns shared to me, but, you know, like maybe that needs to be looked at as well, like at our crosswalk lights.
Sure, I can have that looked at.
Thank you.
Some of them were okay in the summertime when you could access the pole right on the grass, but once the snow came and it was piled up, then it was tougher to access the button on those lights.
And further to that, Mr. Mayor, maybe I shouldn't be saying what we should be doing, but we should be looking at shoveling the snow away from that area too, in case people are able to get out in their wheelchairs.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Kathy, through the chair, we did this year, right? Is this the same program of all the wheelchair ramps that were scattered all over the city this year? Is this the same?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. So this project specifically is for capitalized concrete work. So we do have an operating business case coming tomorrow for those curb ramps and small sections of sidewalk that need to be rehabilitated. So this is more for the longer stretches, connections between that are non-existent at this point.
Okay, it's just that it says here, and install and replace curb ramps.
That's my fault.
Oh, okay, so that,
Oh, that's why I was asking.
They
too.
were together, but then I was told that I had to separate them because one was capital, one was operating, so my apologies.
That's why I was asking similar questions. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Councillor Billingsley actually had the exact same question as me, so I got my answer.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, through the chair to Kathy. So have we identified specific areas that we're looking at, or if this gets approved, we will now look for areas to do this in?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so we do have a list of sidewalks, but I guess depending on what tender costs would come back at, then we would say we can do this location, this one, that one. So we do have a list, we just haven't provided it here because we, I guess, would need to get the tender prices back first in order to identify the specific locations.
Okay. Thank you, I'll leave it there. It's a different question, different time.
Anything further on that? Are you looking for direction on this? Okay. Go ahead.
Through the chair to Sue. Sue, can you help me understand the difference between a tender process and a request for proposal and dollar values that are attached to that?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, they're all tenders. It doesn't matter what we call it. There's no threshold to have one tendering process over another. Anytime you're asking for money, it's a tendering process, or sorry, you're asking for a cost for something or someone to provide a good or service, it's all a tender. Are you wondering why some was operational and some was capital?
No, I was thinking in terms of a comment I heard the other day related to RFPs being providing a person with the ability to negotiate a number, as opposed to a tender process that says, here's my number.
It depends on how it's worded. So we could put out an expression of interest that is a tender, and it's what we score the criteria on. So RFPs, expressions of interest, are a little bit more broad in nature and not specific, whereas a traditional tender that we send out for concrete is like remove and replace this width of concrete at this depth to this standard. So it's a lot more detailed, less room for being creative or ambiguous about anything. So they're all tenders though.
You said a request for proposal, or what was the other one you used?
Expression of interest.
Expression of interest. So can you send out RFPs or expressions of interest to singular companies, so sole search or sole source?
Well, you can sole source in certain criteria. So we have a policy that allows us to sole source anything under 5,000. Anything over that has to be, and up to the thresholds of Northwest Partnership Trade Agreement, have to be at the city manager's approval. And there's a whole pile of criteria that has to be met, and that's all in policy that council's approved already. And then anything that meets the Northwest Partnership Trade Agreement has to be tendered out unless you have a pre-qualified group of contractors, and then you can send it to them, but it still has to be a competitive bid process.
Okay, I'll follow this up with you later. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? Green foamy, red foamy.
Oh.
Carried unanimously.
Don't do that. He's hitting me already with it.
First he's kicking you, now he's hitting you.
He's been beating me.
I can't believe you say already and it's mid-afternoon. I'd have been doing it a long time ago.
He has been.
Through the direction of the mayor. Next.
All right, so now we are on section 4 still, but page 6. This is our asphalt overlay program, and we are looking to, along Highway 13, from the Reynolds Alberta Museum to our west city limits. So this project would involve asphalt overlays, some concrete median work, and curb and gutter repairs along the highway. And the project is estimated to cost $1.7 million for the entire project, and we are looking to fund that through the Municipal Sustainability Initiative. Our annual operating impacts would be about $1,000 per year, and this would be crack sealing, this would be any sort of concrete patching or things like that, just depending on frost heaves. And of course, that includes our employee time to go and do those inspections and stuff.
Comments, questions, Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you, through the chair to Kathy. Pardon me. How did we arrive at this project being rated so high? I guess what's in my brain is, could $1.7 million go a lot further somewhere else on projects? I'm going to use the word within the city. I know this is within the city, but I guess I'm a little gun shy given our last project out along that stretch of the road, and the criticism that we took at a time when people are saying the roads in town need some major work. So how do we arrive at this being number 1 on the list?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so this is kind of a continuation of a project that we had done, I guess would have started in 2021. So this was I guess a continuation. We thought we would just complete the rest of it and be done with that segment of road. But if council chooses to put it to another project, that's entirely up to you.
I think just to add to that too, most of the time, like when Kathy's team is looking at it, we have a consultant report through our transportation master plan, and roads typically become a higher priority with higher traffic counts. And so any of the secondary or primary highways that are coming through are going to have a much higher traffic count than in town. So at that point, like Kathy said, there are times where a higher traffic count road, even from an engineering perspective, if it says, yeah, this is the one, where we make a political decision to say, no, let's go do these other ones first, and then we can get back to that.
And if it was the will of council to consider other alternatives, does administration have number 2 and 3 and 4 on the list?
Yeah, I'm sure Kathy's team, I've seen it before, they have a list of what needs to be done. Yeah.
Could we be party to a list that would add up to 1.7 million?
Absolutely.
If that's the will of council.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, too, it's the sidewalks and the asphalt overlays are ones that we've previously mentioned to council that it's the dollar amount we're looking to get approved, and then if we get really good prices, we'll do more road. If we get not so great prices, we'll just do less, but yeah, we do have a bigger list if council.
Thank you.
My concern is we've got staff that have a better working knowledge of the work that needs to be done in the city, and again, it becomes a political decision or what we feel is the higher priority, where we're basing that off of what we see, and I think that administration is basing that off of what they know and the working knowledge of how things are going. And I would really hate to see a road fail to the point like it did south of Walmart on 2A, because it wasn't a high priority, potentially wasn't a high priority previously because it wasn't within the city limits. So I'm good with having administration decide what needs to be done and where we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck, and not deciding that based on what I think should be done.
Could I comment on that? And I'm not sure I disagree with you, except the comment that it's based on traffic count. And to me, versus, I didn't hear that we've done and I could be wrong, but I didn't hear that we've done an analysis of the road and it is in this condition. I heard it was based on traffic count.
Okay.
And that gives me a concern.
Sorry, I should clarify, that's one factor. So there's several factors. When we presented to council, we talked about the TMP and how we would review roads that need. There's riding comfort, there's the geotech underneath, like is the road failing underneath. There is input from Public Works on pothole repairs and things like that. So there's probably half a dozen or more criteria that go into the prioritization of the roads. But typically, traffic has a huge impact on that too.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In section 3, page 32, under asphalt crack sealing, in the last part of it, it says, many of the roads in the city are deteriorating and developing potholes and cracking soon, sooner than expected due to lack of maintenance. 75% of the cracks in asphalt pavement, I know I'm saying it wrong, Sue, form into potholes within 3 years if they are not sealed. In drastic comparison, only approximately 1% of cracks that have been sealed will form into potholes within 3 years. So I think this is preventive maintenance on a newer road. And I feel strongly that we need to look after this.
Councillor Billingsley, sorry.
Thank you. But that's something totally different than this. This is basically putting over.
I know.
Yeah.
Still maintenance.
Yeah. So this is from where on 40th or Highway 13, where it stopped to the city limit, is that correct? What did we pay for the first phase 1, I'll call it? Was it, we weren't that much, like this is not a very long distance.
Kathy might know the exact number, but we used the stimulus reserve, I believe, and it was 1.5 million.
And this has got to be 5 times as far. The phase 1 had to have been at least 5 times as far as what this is.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, this piece of highway has a lot of concrete work that we need to do, and there's some drainage issues, and the median has to be redone. It's not just an asphalt overlay like the other section.
And when you, okay.
I think part of what you're going to find too is that prices have gone up. So not only inflation, but oil prices are up, so asphalt is going to be a lot more expensive than normal.
Is part of the reason why the last project was that much cheaper is because we didn't do as much concrete work as needed? Kind of? Is that?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, yes, we've had the discussion with council before that some decisions that were made on that section of road may not have been the decisions of administration.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council, when I first read this, I'm very much in favor of it, and in case it's going the other way, I just wanted to say, we continue to talk about coming into our city and what our city looks like as we have newcomers coming in. We have at the one end of this a internationally award-winning museum that lots of people come to, as well as a campground that is winning awards, and we're trying to encourage people to come in, and I liked that idea of the number of people that come to our city from that side and a new and improved road. So I'm in full favor of this, in addition to knowing that they know where our work should go first.
Anything further? Red or green? 4-2 carried.
Our next capital charter is for a storm lift station. This would be installing a lift station just north of 50th Avenue along 62nd Street to pump the stormwater. So we had done a neighborhood rehabilitation, I guess, on the 62nd Street, just north of the airport. And what we have found is, because it is so flat there, most of the ditches stay wet. The water backs up instead of heading north toward by the lake park. So this lift station would be able to pump that water to the north so that it doesn't stay in that neighborhood that we just finished renewing. So this, again, we are looking to fund this through our municipal sustainability initiative for a cost of $200,000. Again, this would have operating impacts every year of about $1,000 just for electricity for the pump itself, just monitoring it, maintaining it, making sure that in the spring that things aren't frozen and stuff like that. So I think, yeah, that's it. So.
The rehabilitation work, though, was supposed to, in my understanding, the rehabilitation work in that area was to make all of this go away. So through the work, through the engineers, through everybody that designed that, they couldn't foresee that that wasn't going to be enough and we were going to eventually need a lift station.
I can't comment on what engineering was done prior. I do know that as you go from the developed area of 62nd Street north, the ditch is really flat. It's actually back draining to the neighborhood, so we're trying to correct that. But it's also on private property, so we're looking at different options. But I believe when the engineers designed 62nd Street, they knew that the ditches were going to be quite flat and that there was a possibility that water would stay standing in those ditches. But this would allow that water to be pumped away quicker.
How big of an issue is the water that's standing still there? Is it a $200,000 we absolutely need to fix this, or is it a $200,000 it's nice to fix this? Like, is it an inconvenience, or is it going to do damage to property and or infrastructure that was just put in?
It could certainly do damage. I mean, this summer we had was really hot, pretty dry, so we don't know the full extent if we were to get a very wet summer of what this would look like for property damage, but eventually, like erosion and things like that will happen with the ditches if they're staying quite full, which could eventually start undermining the new road we just built, not to mention resident yards and or their driveways.
Sorry, just to add to that too, I think we've had several different discussions with council about the water that is coming in from the county on this side of town. We've got houses that are running on septic systems that have leaching fields. Like there's more than just one factor that's contributing out in the west side of the city. And I do remember the engineers discussing that there's a road allowance there and they could create a temporary pond and put that there, but it was going to continue to be unstable in the entire area. And so the lift station was more of a part of a longer term solution rather than just piecemealing together like has been done out there for years and years. So there is a possibility we could spend $100,000 and create a storm pond along the road allowance, but that would have to be ripped up at some point in the future for development, and then we would end up putting a lift station in anyways. So there's a lot of factors out there when it comes to storm.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Sue or Kathy, I think the thing that I find really frustrating in this process is that we hired an engineer to help us solve a problem along that street. And I can't believe, I find it inconceivable, maybe that's a better choice. I find it inconceivable that our engineers would come up with all the solutions to solve the problem from one end of the street to the other, telling us this is going to fix it, only to find out that for the next 150 meters or whatever it is, we got a problem where we're going to have a bunch of standing water. And how much of this is engineering miscalculation, or did we only ask them to come in and help us solve the problem from this end of the block to this end of the block, and we don't care what happens? And that sounds so flip, and I don't mean it to sound like that. But I guess piggybacking off what Mayor Ganem says, like, when we invested the money to fix that based on all the engineering standards we were given, both I and many of the residents, or all of the residents, were assured that the engineers knew better than the residents, and whatever we did was going to fix the problem. And it hasn't. So where does responsibility or accountability on this project begin and end?
So through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I think everybody has to remember there is a foot difference from one end to the other. So it's flat out there. And it was never going to be perfect. We tried to, even all of the ideas that the residents had out there were not going to solve the problem. So there were other more expensive options. And when we went to the community voted on this option. None of the options were going to be perfect.
So is this the perfect solution? I'm being facetious with that remark.
Absolutely not. That's why I said there are so many things that come into play when it comes to stormwater out on the west side of the city. Not only just the stormwater coming in, but the fact that we don't have sanitary sewer run out there and we haven't forced every one of those homes to go on to a system. We have septic systems out there that are leaking. Like, there are so many factors. We have homeowners that are filling in ditches, and we have a county that doesn't realize that their stormwater comes into our community and there's no ability to help there. So there are so many different factors playing into what's going on out there. It's not just this street that would benefit from that storm lift station.
So is this another Band-Aid on an open wound? This will fix it 10% more, and you know what I mean?
We're never going to gain enough elevation to have storm go naturally in this area. It's the entire community is flat. So we have storm issues everywhere, which is why we have these massive ditches. In this case, the ditches aren't big enough to even get the water where it needs to go because there's not enough elevation difference. So the storm lift station is part of a bigger permanent solution.
So are we going to be creating greater slope to the lift station so we potentially move more water out of that area? Or are we, you know what I mean?
I haven't looked at the design, but
no, but if we, I guess what I'm asking is, Sue, is if we know that there's a major water issue here and we leave the existing ditch line with the slope it's got, then the lift station will lift only as much water as that slope will provide to it. And I'm no engineer. I'm not even an artist that could draw a slope, but it seems to me that if we've got a major water problem there and we created more slope, so the lift station was lifting more of the water out of there, like, is it just we're going to leave the ground the way it is and create a lift station, or are we actually going to be doing ground contouring and all the rest of that?
I actually don't know what's in the project.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so this, essentially, the lift station would go at the lowest point, which would be at that north end of that ditch, and then it would pump it as across, further to the north, so that anything along 62nd Street would get into the lift station and be pumped out. Will it be a perfect solution? Probably not, because it is so flat.
So what I heard you say, Kathy, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, there's no groundwork, it's just we'll establish this lift station at the lowest point.
That's correct.
Thank you.
What other possible problems might we have? So if the lift station's working the way that it's supposed to, it clears whatever is pooling at the north end of 62nd Street, which will allow everything else to move, so we're moving things along. In a perfect world, that works out well. What other possible issues are we gonna have, either A, with those ditches, with that street, or with the collection or distribution of water away from that development?
Essentially, this should resolve all of the drainage issues there. One of the risks, I guess, is we get a massive storm that the storm lift station can't pump fast enough to get the water away.
Anywhere.
Exactly.
Anything else? Red noodle, green noodle. Carried unanimously.
So the next project is a trail construction from the Bark Park to Peace Hills Park. So this would be a 3-meter wide asphalt trail from the current dog park all the way to Peace Hills Park. It would, promote active transportation. There would be good connection between two of our bigger parks. The project estimate for this one is about $300,000, and we are looking to fund this one from the Canada Community Building Fund. There will be operational impacts as well. We have to do crack sealing on any asphalt, whether it's a trail or a road. This includes, employee time and actually doing that work every year.
Councillor Nielsen.
I'm opposed to this.
Is your mic on?
Sorry.
And if so, just make sure you're
Sorry.
speaking into it.
I'm opposed to this. I think we have got current infrastructure that needs upgrading ahead of building new infrastructure. And to be more specific, I think one of our most widely used walkable areas in this community is Peace Hills Park.
By the
Lake Park. And I think there are areas of it that are in dire need of upgrading. And I would prefer to see maintaining what we have as opposed to building new. Because I worry that if we don't address some of the current infrastructure, that we may not ever get back to it, and it will end up being a bigger mess than it is right now. I'm just not convinced this is an area that's going to be widely used by our community. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Yeah.
Didn't understand you. Mr. Mayor, thank you. During the open house, one of the individuals in our group suggested that we connect the north and south trails in Wetaskiwin before we do anything else and see if we can add more trails. There was also a concern expressed about how we would get across the railway tracks, because we used to be able to go across the railway tracks and we can't now. So anyway, that was one of the major things, was connecting north and south and adding to our trail system. But the consensus, or the few people that spoke up, were not in favor of this project. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I too will not support this. I spoke to this numerous times, and Councillor Nielsen kind of spoke about it as well. As let's take care of the infrastructure that we already have, that we're not being proactive in its maintenance, because in 10 years, this too is going to have to be maintained, or even less than that. I also have concerns, and I don't know if, like that gravel road, like, is there a berm there that this actually would be put on? Because that looks like it's all ditch. So I don't know, like, is the $300,000 just for the asphalt? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Asphalt, or does that include some road work as well, or berm work?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, so this would include the asphalt, the base, doing all the earthworks that would require to build the trail.
Thank you.
The grant, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration, does the Canadian Communities Building Fund have to go towards new builds? Okay, thank you.
That's what I was going to ask, if we could use that $300,000 and fix some of the trails that we've got right now, especially through by the Lake Park.
And the answer was?
I don't know. I didn't get a chance to ask it because Councillor Aberley just asked if the grant that we're using this money from to do that could be used, only can be used for new builds, if it could be used for
And we haven't had an answer. We don't know.
It can be used for other things. I should point out too, on page 1, so we had put forward the 4 projects that we felt could be done in a year reasonably. Again, going back to not asking for more than what we can do. We've also got to carry forward with an additional request, but we did put the list of unfunded projects underneath so that council could see. So if there is one, for instance, an overlay, if it was identified as staff capacity, if we've removed one, we could increase or pull one up from unfunded. And there is additional funds left in our grant allocation. So if you see, sorry, Brenda, where is that again? Because we did not utilize all of the grant funding. Is that on page 1? No, page 4.
Sorry, the unfunded projects?
So the total funding available is on page 2, right?
Actually, no, I've got a separate spreadsheet through the chair to Sue. So our annual allocation for the CCBF is $758,000, and based on our projects that we are recommending and our projects that are currently under construction, we would have, so carrying forward to 2023, we have $1.5 million of CCBF available, and we had proposed $300,000 for the trail construction, $300,000 for the sidewalk construction, and then in the operating business case, we are recommending $325,000 for the sidewalk ramps. And I'm just looking up the criteria, but we can use it for maintenance and improvements. This particular grant, safety improvements, facility improvements as far as energy efficiency and that. So based on what administration is recommending is the $925,000 being used, we would still have $570,000 available in our grant allocation. The only thing that I would mention is that 2023 is election year, and we would probably be delayed in finding out what our actual grant allocation will be until after the election and they pass a budget. So that's the only thing, is to be conservative in the grant dollars we're using until we know for sure what the province is approving.
Would a high-efficiency water park be part of that?
I will look.
I agree with the comments that have been made, that I think we've got some infrastructure now that should be looked after as opposed to building a new trail. Not that I don't want lots of more trails. I would like lots of really nice trails.
Mr. Mayor, through to anybody, are we eligible for any of the Canada Trails grants? Or do they have to go from Wetaskiwin to somewhere or into Wetaskiwin? Because we were getting grants at one time for Canada Trails.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I was part of Walkable Wetaskiwin when we looked into this last time, and they have a specific trail that goes through, and anything that is on that route would qualify, but I haven't looked at it for about 3 years, so I don't even know if they have any money left. We would have to look into it.
I'm just thinking of some other funding source.
Ironically, I think this trail follows that alignment, and then back through the back way to Millet, so, but yeah, it's one of the things we could look at for future.
Thank you.
Councillor Latz.
Through the chair to council, just with all the comments that were being made about maintenance on what we currently have, I completely agree. We need to take care of our parks, especially by the lake park. But correct me if I'm wrong, though, when we were talking about that grant that we were just talking about, if we had $500,000 left, wouldn't that mean that we would have enough to build the new trail plus add in all the maintenance into that grant as well of the other parks? Because I'm looking at the two different upgrades to By Lake Park that we currently have, and it amounts to $37,000 for two of the upgrades to it. So won't we still have enough to just do both?
I don't know.
Yes. We could move around anything that council wants to. The only thing we would have to look at, I'm not sure if because the fencing and the picnic tables probably wouldn't meet the threshold for MSI. And I think they would qualify under, sorry, it's got a new name, CCBF.
CCBF.
If not, similar to what we're doing on the other side where we're looking in the operating business cases, we could fund it from infrastructure surcharge tax.
Okay.
Just one comment I would add through the chair is that there are minimums that you can apply for too, and I know MSI, I think we have to have a minimum of a $62,500, and I'm not sure what the minimum is for CCBF.
So since we have, like, if we combined like 3 projects on the list and then applied for more MSI through that, would that work?
You won't get more MSI, like you can't apply for more
Like,
MSI.
I know, but, sorry, not MSI, the other thing, the CCBF.
CCBF?
Yeah, because if there's 500,000 left, and if we do the entrance signs with the By Lake Park upgrades, then that would be, like,
CCBF is just the old BMTG, isn't it, or is that different?
It's the old FGT.
Yeah. Which we can apply more from anyways, right? Like it's a set amount?
okay, interesting.
Yeah. If only we had somebody on FCM's board that could get us more money. Councillor Billingsley.
Excuse
Yeah.
me.
I still won't support it. I truly believe if we wanted to spend $500,000 at By the Lake Park, we could easily find things that need to be done there, whether, I mean, we took a walk through there 3-4 years ago, and the paths are half as wide as they should be. Obviously, the bridge decks, the gazebo, the
Yep.
lots.
I 100% agree, and I also worry about capacity too, right? So let's start biting off a little less and
Right.
making sure that we finish what we start. Okay, so $300,000 for a trail along the back road to Peace Hills. Okay. 1 in favor, 5 against. What would you like for direction on some of that grant allocation in terms of priorities?
For the unfunded?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's, if council can agree on what is in the unfunded that they want brought forward, we can have those charters here tomorrow.
Okay. Does that work for everybody else?
Can you repeat that?
They're going to bring back the unfunded, and we can decide where we would like to, or what we would like to prioritize.
Keeping in mind, if there's one project gone, it should be of similar size and ability, because we do have a staff capacity
Yeah.
that we're worried about.
Without a doubt.
Perfect.
I worried that we were beyond staff capacity as it was anyway, so I'm okay to be,
And I mean, the other option too is if you're looking at overlays or sidewalks, add more to them. And then we can get, you know, more of the other streets in the asphalt overlays. Asphalt.
okay, moving along.
Okay, so the last capital charter that we have here is a project that was, we were working on this year and ran into a few issues. Again, this is so along neighborhood renewal along 55 Avenue. So this was rehabilitating the water line, the wastewater line, the storm sewer, sidewalks, curb and gutter, and the roadway itself. So, and then of course it snowed, so we had to stop. So our anticipated costs for 2022 are just about $1.1 million. So we're looking to carry forward about $941,700 from the 2022 budget into 2023 to finish the project, and then we also would require additional funds in the amount of $836,940 to complete the project. These are, again, our operating impacts would still be the $1,000 a year for crack sealing and things like that. But this, yeah, unfortunately, this project had some issues, and so we require additional funding to complete it.
Comments, questions? So the ask then is $836,940.
Correct. To be funded from the Municipal Sustainability Initiative.
To be funded from where?
MSI.
MSI.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Kathy, when this whole project came forward, what was it tendered out at, dollar value wise?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so in, I guess it would have been tendered in 2020. And I think it was for $1.5 million. And that was prior to knowing some of the underground conditions that existed. And then there was some issues with the work that was done in 2020. And so, yeah, it just kept progressively getting more costly to repair.
So we went from an intended 1.5 million to what is now projected to be at 2.8 million. So we've doubled the tender price almost.
Yes.
I'd like to go on camera.
Sure. Need a motion?
Could I ask a question before we go on camera?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not sure what it was now.
Was it to go on camera?
No, it wasn't. I know what I was going to ask. Kathy, Through to Kathy. Kathy, do we have to retender this for 2023? Or do the prices from 2022 carry forward as well as the dollars?
Sorry, can we answer that when we go in camera?
Okay, looking for a motion to go on camera.
Oh, you don't, okay.
Councillor Billingsley, those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Motion to come out of camera, Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried, opposed?
I was thinking in favor.
Seeing I shut off that reading your mind thing after the last time
Sorry.
I read your mind.
I wasn't telepathically giving you anything.
I didn't want to be there.
Anything further on capital? We need to make a decision on this, the 55th Avenue, right? Yeah. Anything further on 55th Avenue? Green noodle, red noodle? Carried unanimously. Kathy's not here. Was there anything else that you wanted to discuss on capital?
No, we'll make sure that the unfunded charters are printed for tomorrow, and that could be a different discussion.
Okay, yeah. And what was the other thing we were going to talk about tomorrow? It'll come to me. And if it doesn't, we won't talk about it. Anything further? Oh. Yes. The sheet that you had, that's the other thing we're going to talk about tomorrow.
Can I see that sheet? So I can see whether or not I have that sheet? Because
Karen emailed it. Just like at 3:18.
oh, that was, but that, I just want, I don't think I have a hard copy of that.
Where'd you get that from, Dee?
No,
Oh, that's from before.
the operating?
I got that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Good. Meeting adjourned.
Yay.
Can you and I and Sue meet?
Sure.
For a quick minute? Sue, can you and I